is the encroacher of the public land. And private respondent, I am on behalf of the private respondent. Private respondent, in front of the private respondent, petitioner encroached and constructed the Pakka building. And the petitioner preferred this writ petition by challenging the section 10(1) notice. And by keeping this at pendency of this
Are you
litigation.
mentioning upon notice?
No, my lord.
Since you are the respondent,
My
so
lord.
please mention upon notice. Petitioner should know.
For correction,
Correction? Yes.
Lord, may I be permitted to mention item number 880 of your Lord combined list, my Lord. I am the petitioner in this matter, my Lord. The urgency is that private respondent, my Lord, has encroached upon the land, my Lord, and there is an existing order of demolition, my Lord. Despite that, my Lord, private respondent has not demolished, my Lord, and my Lord, I have written letter to the authority to execute the order of demolition by them or to the authority who has passed the order.
Proceeding has not been initiated.
Initiated, my Lord, order passed, demolished. Thereafter, they are not demolishing. We have writing to the authorities, my Lord, please ensure that the demolition is done. That is not being done.
My lord, may I be permitted to mention, my lord, item number 115 of today's list, my lord. My urgency, yes, my lord.
Do not mention
My
this.
urgency is that, my lord, Act 2 of 1948 proceeding has been initiated and that has been lapsed in 1997, my lord. No new proceedings has been initiated. In the meantime, my lord, they are trying to hand over the property to the third party, my lord.
I'll consider it.
My lord, kindly make a fix
May I
some
call
one day, my
These
lord.
matters, I have made it very clear, I will not appeal.
If you
Correction in the order.
Give the number. Yes.
My lord, may I permitted to mention? My lord, I am for upgradations. One is for illegal constructions of the state. Another one is not paying compensation.
You're in the monthly list? Give
Yes.
the numbers.
With kind leave, my lord, for extension of interim order is expiring on 22nd of June, my lord. My lord, so my lord,
Extension of interim order.
May I
my lord,
permit?
it is coming up on 22nd June, my lord, will seek some precedence so that the interim order does not expire. It's valid till 22nd June.
It is coming up on 22nd June.
My lord, to be mentioned so that my interim order is.
Let me see.
My lord, may I permit it, my lord, one application, my lord, I have already filed for vacating of interim order. And lordship on 16th June, lordship, I already mentioned before your lordship, and lordship was already pleased to allow my mentioning, my lord.
Yes.
And according lordship, I already intimated my other side, but till date, my lord, the matter has not been in the listed, my lord.
When is the matter fixed for hearing?
Lordship, the 13th July, my lord. For the lordship, the main matters, and lordship, I am filing this can application for vacating of interim order, my lord.
Give the number once more.
May I permit to mention one motion matter? Urgency is the petitioners are not getting the land compensation. Item number 940 of monthly list I am praying for.
Give the number.
My lord, may I be permitted to mention on matter 878 of the monthly list, my lord. The petitioner had challenged the demolition order passed by the district magistrate, my lord. And yesterday, my lord, the concerned subdivisional officer has taken steps to go into the site and to demolish the structure, my
number.
lord. Kindly,
Give
my
the
lord.
number.
My lord, may I be permitted to
Should we be
mention?
allowed to mention a matter for new inclusion? Matter did not appear in a losses list. They are supposed to be appear on 10th May, but did not appear.
the
New contempt application.
Contempt application.
Contempt application.
My lord, may I be permitted to mention a matter? My lord, this matter relates to Jalpaiguri Circuit Bench matter, and the petitioner has submitted an amount of 14,82,000 for the execution of lease deed in respect of sand mining. Several representations has been made, but my lord, the lease deed has not been executed, and the petitioner is suffering. Your
Have
lordship.
you put the other side on notice?
Yes, yes, my lord.
But may I be permitted to mention one writ
The
petition?
Jalpaiguri Circuit Bench.
One writ
Yes.
petition, my lord, the my lord was pleased to dispose of the same on yesterday, my lord. That is a tax matter, my lord, thereby directing the taxing appellate authority to dispose of the issue, my lord. But so far as the Motor Vehicle Tax Act is concerned, there is no prescription regarding that appellate authority, my lord. Yesterday, I searched out the entire tax act, my lord. So I am praying, lordship, kindly take up this matter tomorrow, as to be mentioned, my lord. I shall serve the notice upon the Mr. Debra. He is appearing for the state, my lord, because otherwise my entire endeavor will.
Why don't you speak to Mr. Debra as to who is the authority?
There was no
Because
authority, my lord,
yesterday, Mr. Debra was saying, I think the DM or someone is.
because the order has already been passed, my lord. If the order is signed, then my lord.
I have stated the authority, isn't it? And I have mentioned the authority
so far as the
upon
Tax Act-
submission of Mr. Debra.
Yes, my lord. But so far as the Tax
Because
Act
the
is.
DM, I think,
No, there is no specification in the tax act, my lord, and the tax section 9 says that you have to file in duplicate in the prescribed form. There was no prescribed form. There was no prescribed fees. The rules has not been framed in terms of that act. There was no motor vehicle tax rules, my lord. I have searched the entire Motor Vehicles Act and
Uh,
rules and all other things.
Order has been passed, it has to be signed also. So there has to be a modification in that case if you
Yes,
want.
my lord.
Please speak to Mr. Devra in the meantime.
Then let the matter appear tomorrow as to be
The
mentioned.
number, give the number.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I'm giving them.
Not tomorrow, come back on Monday because the order has not yet been typed, I think. It
Yes,
is,
yes.
yes, come back on Monday. রেখে দিন, পরে এলে রাখ।
My lord, may I,
ওটা মানডে রাখুন, না টু বি মেনশন যেটা অর্ডার হয়ে গেছে।
my lord, may I pray for one, in other, my lord, one matter is appearing, item 177. I'm praying for upgradation for hearing, my lord. It's a land matter, long pending.
হিয়ারিং ম্যাটার
Hearing.
177 of the monthly list,
177, item number.
of the monthly list.
My lord, today's list is also 177. I pray, my lord, some upgrade, some upgrade. 177, my lord. Gauri Kaur Chaudhary. There are two matters.
Affidavits are complete.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Give the number, please,
No.
Devi. Hearing matter. 177. I'll consider. Yes, call the days list, please.
I appear on behalf of the petitioner, my lord. This is for extension of interim order. The interim order
Yes, my lord.
passed
In this
earlier.
matter, he challenged the page 102, 103, 104, my lord.
It is for extension of the interim order.
My lord,
My lord, then my lord, your lordship extension shall be made and your lordship fix the matter any day, my lord. As because my lord, there is a provision of appeal by the to
Lord,
the
we have-
DM.
my lord, if we may please to recollect, my lord, there is a appeal preferred, 7 different appeal, whereas one single appeal has been considered and the number was same for identical number was given for all the 7 appeals, my lord. This pertains to the land acquisitions in Habra municipality, my lord, pertains to Habra State General Hospital. The 7 different appellants, 7 different appeals were preferred, but only single number was given for the same, all the 7 appeals, my lord, that have been disposed of by a common order. That order was under challenge before this writ petition.
My lord, if your lordship will see, if your lordship's order on 5th April 2023,
Page 10, my lord, of the extension application. This order,
The order of the subdivisional magistrate has been challenged.
there is a provision of appeal that by
lord-
to the DM.
We challenge this order.
my lord, that was challenged. That was the subject matter of this writ petition, my lord.
Where is that?
There is a order of the appellate court, my lord. The appellate authority, the district magistrate upheld the order of the subdivisional magistrate. And thereafter, there is a notification by the subdivisional magistrate saying execution of the order award passed under the
Whether
act.
you
ma-
challenge that in this petition? Yeah, we have challenged. ওই বলো, দেখাও সেটা।
No, you have challenged the SDO's
My lord,
order to
on
this writ
your
petition.
first day order, my lord, your
There
lordship's
must
order
have
is
been a
there.
subsequent development.
Yes, my lord.
My lord, if your lordship,
You have challenged the March 27 order.
Yes, my lord.
my lord, March 27 and prayer DE, my lord. A writ of or in the nature of mandamus and the order directions
To dispose of the appeals.
to dispose of the appeal, my
So
lord.
the appeals have been disposed of.
The appeal have been
So
disposed
there
of
is
the,
no cause of action in this matter.
my lord. If your
Petition is
lordship be
not
pleased to
maintainable.
come,
If you're aggrieved by the appellate court's order, appellate forum's order, that's a separate cause of action altogether.
my lord, appellate court order is subject matter over here, my lord. What has happened?
Subject matter of this
Our-
petition,
this
I don't think so. Where is your prayer? Your prayer is only for expeditious disposal of the appeal.
My lord, that has not been, they are alleging in the order of the subdivisional magistrate, they are alleging that the appeal have been disposed of. Whereas no
Yes.
communication has been made to me whether those appeal have been disposed of. I have been kept in the
আপনার
dark so
notice-
far as the appeal pending before the district magistrate is concerned, my lord.
Well, your prayers are absolutely different, sir.
My lord, kindly,
One of your prayers is you have assailed the order of the SDO.
my lord.
So that no longer exists. Because an appeal has been preferred against that order.
No, my lord, this order, which is under challenge of 27th March, this is after the
disposal of the alleging disposal of the appeal pending before the district magistrate. My lord. Kindly come to page 103 for once,
How
my lord.
can there be an order after appeal by the?
My lord, kindly, my
Yes,
lord, page
103.
103.
Yes.
My lord, this is the order dated 27th of March 2023. It appears that the undersigned being empowered under such and such directed Lalu Ghosh and others to vacate the public land in the schedule appended herein under within 15 days from the date of order. It further appears that the said order 10th of November 2022 was the initial order passed by the subdivisional magistrate, was challenged before the appellate authority before the district magistrate North Chobbish Pargona in appeal case number 3 of 2022 and others which were dismissed on merit on 28th of November 2022. My lord, this was my cause of action, my lord. My lord, 7 different appeals were preferred by the 7 petitioners. All of the appeals have been numbered as appeal number 3. That have been disposed of, allegedly disposed of on 28th of November. There's no communication to that effect whether my appeal was allowed or not. A single hearing was conducted prior to 28th of November and it was verbally communicated that the next date will be given thereafter, my lord. And thereafter, this order was communicated by the subdivision magistrate saying my appeal was dismissed.
In spite of that, my lord, without annexing that appellate order, my lord, his petition is not maintainable.
My lord,
How he
I-
challenged that?
The order under appeal is not challenged at all.
Yes, my lord. Then, my lord, the petition is not maintainable. He might
Please-
challenge that.
Please come
My
back. Today is fixed for extension of interim order.
my lord,
Let it be extended till the adjourned date. Please come back on the next.
my lord, one more thing, my lord, page 91, if your lordship will please to. Page 91 of the writ petition, P14 annexure. Lord, kindly see, this is the notice of hearing of the appeal cases. Lord, appeal number 3 of 2022. The date was fixed on 22nd of December 2022. My lord, similarly, there are another 6 same notice of different petitioners, whereby they have alleged that the date of hearing is of 22nd of December 2022. This is the order, this is notice issued by the ADM General North Chobbish Pargona Barasat. Whereas, my lord, if your lordship please to turn down to page 103, in the 103, in the
The order impugned is not at your instance.
no, my lord, I am not even aware
It
with
was directed by the authority.
directed by the authority,
To
my lord,
demolish, yes.
to demolish, my lord.
Please come back, Mr.
My lord,
Let
he
it-
must, what he challenged?
the
He
SDO
challenged the SDO's order. Now, my lord, appellate order was not challenged. My lord, he should challenge the appellate order. If he submit before your lordship that the appellate order was not with him, then he must take the appropriate steps to get the appellate order, or otherwise your lordship will pass the order to the appellate authority to give him the certified copy.
My lord, page
On part-
105
My lord,
onwards,
this petition is
there
not
are
maintainable.
7 different representations
And he filed,
made
my lord,
before the
that is
DM at
automatic.
my instance,
My lord, this is not
whereby
an
the
automatic
certified copy has
extension.
been asked
He
for.
filed an application for extension. This is not an automatic extension. If that is an automatic extension, I have nothing to say before your lordship.
My lord,
But this is not an automatic extension.
my lord,
he
in
filed
the
an
notice,
before your
my lord,
lordship.
It's being extended like that from time to time and you have not raised any objections today.
my lord, there is no scope for
Whatever
objection. My lord, kindly allow me 1 minute.
Date for hearing, it will be extended till the adjourned date only.
My
Yes,
lord,
ma'am.
they have stated in the notice of appeal that the date of hearing of the appeal is fixed on 22nd of December 2022. In the order passed by the SDM, they are alleging that my appeal was dismissed way back in 20th of November 2022. Is it anyhow possible, my lord? Well, if I ask these questions to myself, if a notice of hearing is given for
In
the
that case, you have to challenge the appellate forum's order.
my lord, that appellate forum order has
On
not
the
been
ground-
delivered, my lord. Kindly come to 105,
Submit
my
the copy of the order in the
my lord.
meantime. It's an appeal
I have
order.
applied for certified copy. Kindly come to page 105 onwards, my lord.
Let me give you a little longer date. Come back with the
My
certificate.
lord, they're not, my lord, kindly come to 105 once for me. My lord, 7 different representation from 105 onwards made by the individual petitioners. Please take note that the caption matter was filed by my client on November 25, 2022, and the same was heard by the authority concerned on December 22, 2022. And since then, neither me or my above named client was favored with a copy of the order passed, if any, and also no notice was served to the concerned parties intimating the next date of hearing. In view thereof, I on behalf of my client hereby request you to furnish copy of the order passed if any, and also to provide copy of the notices if any issued subsequent to the date of hearing on December 22, 2022. Lord, this communication was made on 30th of March 2022, 2023.
23, yes.
Then, my lord, your
And
lordship
since
can pass the
thereafter no-
order to the DM to issue the copy of the order within certain times, and he will challenge that.
Without doing that, Mr. Dev, will you please take necessary instructions on the next day?
My lord, if there is no any necessity of instruction, as because, my lord, he showed that there was the appellate order was there. He filed an application, so
Order
many
is
application.
After the appellate order. This order.
Yes,
has
my
not been
lord,
challenged.
he filed an application before the authority to give him copy of the order.
The order which is impugned in the present writ petition has been passed after the appeal, not before the appeal.
Whatever may be that, my lord,
No, no, that is
he
that
is
is the difference.
he is now, my lord, wanting the order of the appeal.
Not only that, that is a portion. He is actually wanting to, he seeks.
If he got the order of the appeal, my lord, that is the date that, then he can challenge everything. In the meantime, status
The
quo is there.
hearing was conducted on November.
Order of the appeal. That's why I'm asking you to take instructions. Mr.
Well,
Dev. Please
hearing
come
was
back to this.
conducted on December, my
My
lord.
lord,
Notice
if
was given to that
by
effect.
the
And
order
the
of
state
your
is alleging
lordship,
that the order
he
was
will
passed
not
way
get
back
the
in
order.
November, my
Then
lord.
what instruction I will bring before your lordship?
My lord, kindly turn to the last order extended, my lord, on 20th of April.
I'll consider. Let it be
My
extended.
lord,
for
the
some
state has stated that they will further submit a report in form of an affidavit. That report is still awaiting, my lord.
Yes, yes. The state, you wanted to file a report in the.
Well,
form of
that is
affidavit.
recorded in the order of
Let there
20th
be
April.
date, let the report come.
My lord,
Heard learned counsels for the parties. Let the matter, huh? No, can, WPA. Heard learned counsels for the parties, paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on, under the heading motion, Guru. Under the heading motion on 17 July
my lord, the interim order may be
till the next date. Paragraph. Report in the form of affidavit be submitted on the adjourned date upon service of notice upon service of advanced copy to the petitioner. Paragraph, the interim order granted earlier is extended till the adjourned date.
My lord, my right to file an exception if needed be may be kept open. So far, this report is concerned. my lord.
A interim order extension on prayer of the petitioner, liberty is granted to use an exception to the report, comma, if necessary.
Grateful.
If we read after. Next.
I am for the applicant, lordship. The order has been complied.
Order has been complied.
Order has been complied, lordship, payment has been made, lordship,
The affidavit of compliance.
compliant.
Affidavit of compliance submitted on behalf of the alleged contemner is taken on record. Paragraph, it is submitted on, it appears from the affidavit and is also submitted on behalf of the applicant petitioner that the order under contempt has been complied with. Paragraph, in view of the above, the contempt application being CPN such and such is disposed of. Paragraph, there shall however be no order as to costs as in certified website.
Much.
Grateful.
Item number 3, my lord, I am for the petition. My lord, in this matter, my lord, as the PLRO did not comply the request, my lord.
Dada.
My lord, affidavit is not, up till now, my lord, affidavit is not complete, my lord. With the
Will you
lordship-
take some time
Yes,
for
ma'am.
completion?
Yes, my lord.
Now, this is a contempt application. My lord, your lordship passed an order in the month of December 21. Within 2 months, my your lordship given the date. Today we are in my lord, June 2023. Not even if, my lord, though my lord, hearing notice has been given to the petitioner, nothing thereafter, nothing has been done. No demarcation has been made.
My lord, if
There
you-
is a clear case of my acquisition of my land by the
দিদি একটু দেন না?
PWD.
দিদি একটু দেন।
এটা কি দাবি?
এটা তোমাকে দিচ্ছি না। এটা my lord কে দিচ্ছি। My lord, see the conduct of the PLRO, man. Day before yesterday, my lord, I personally asked the PLRO to conduct at once. After that, my lord, he is he will give notice to my learned friend, my lord, and demarcate the matter within 15 days.
Notice has been given.
No, will be given, my lord. Yesterday, my lord, day before yesterday, my lord,
So
Ask-
let there be a month's time. Let us see.
But I have no, I have only, my lord,
This is
you
a
are-
month.
affidavit
Yes.
টা কোথায়?
my lord,
Service
6
টা?
weeks, as because, my lord,
My lord,
there
this
is
is my
a
affidavit of
demarcation.
service as
After
per earlier
demarcation,
order.
my lord, there is a 15 days notice to, after that, my lord, I will.
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Learned affidavit of service. তারপর learned counsel for the alleged contemner seeks accommodation for 6 weeks to comply with the order under contempt. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading.
My lord, on the date, my lord, they will file one affidavit of compliance, my lord.
Yes, yes, of course.
আজকেই তো তোমাকে একটা দিয়ে দিতে হবে, এটা দিতে পারছি না, এভিডেভিট হয় না।
My lord, the date may be fixed.
দিয়েছি।
10th August.
Grateful.
Paragraph, affidavit of compliance be filed on the adjourned date.
Yes, ma'am.
10th August. Affidavit of compliance.
ওটা আমাকে ফেরত দিতে হবে। ওটা পরের দিন এভিডেভিট করে দিয়ে দেবো।
ওটা মিস্ত্রিকে ফেরত দিই।
আমি আর অনির্বাণ, কোনো অনির্বাণ চাই সব জুনিয়র হয়ে গেছে।
Mother, this is my. Mother, there was a direction for filing. Chondita, affidavit টা দাও।
Mr. Day is appearing in this one.
পড়তো, পড়ে কোনটা আছে? হ্যাঁ,
It has been complied with. That was your submission on the earlier occasion.
yes, my lord.
Yes,
My lord,
ma'am,
I will have to file a reply, my lord. Since the,
এই তোমাকে দিয়েছি
না,
কেন?
my lord, I will have to go through it and my lord, I
My
have
lord,
seen that there are some misstatements which I will point it out here before your lordship. My lord, kindly allow me some time.
Affidavit of compliance submitted on behalf of the alleged contemners is taken up, contemners, is taken on record. Paragraph, learned counsel for the applicant petitioner seeks to use an exception to the said affidavit. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 18 July.
Yes.
18 July. 18 July. হ্যাঁ? আরে আমি একটা ইয়ে করবো, সাবমিট করবো। মানে সেম অর্ডার শুড বি পাসড হিয়ার। হয়তো ফাইল এসে গেছে।
10th August.
বলে ফাইল নট হিয়ার বলছে।
Your policy.
But I am filing my compliance report. The order has been
Just
filed.
now I have received the affidavit, my lord, the same order should be passed.
You want to file an exception?
Complied with, my lord.
Let him come. Same order.
এই,
কবে দিয়েছি? আমরা আগেরটা? 18 July.
বলতে হবে তো।
এখন একটু বলো, আমি ফোন করছি, হ্যাঁ? আরেকটা
Next.
Lordship, I am for the petitioner. Lordship has passed an order, your
Is
lordship.
appearing for the first time.
Lordship,
Will you serve and come back?
lordship.
The applicant petitioner is directed to serve copy of the contempt application along with annexure thereto upon the alleged contemner and file affidavit of service on the agenda date. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 19th July.
Lordship, grateful lordship.
My lord, I am for the petitioner, my lord, this is the first time, my lord.
Please serve and come back.
Yes, my lord,
Please serve and come back.
yes, yes.
19th July,
19 July, returnable,
returnable.
I am grateful.
Amla?
I am happy with the petitioner.
My lord, in this matter, I am appearing in person. My lord, I am on behalf of, I am the private respondent. My lord, due to extreme urgency, has mentioned the matter last day. Last day serial number was 82, last day it was. But they have misleaded the court because there is no urgency at all. My lord, kindly see the notice. PWD authority has given me a letter that after election, the demolition proceeding will be started. But
no notice has been served.
My lord, kindly see the notice.
I mentioned particular,
As per my lord,
I mentioned-
demolition proceeding has been started.
You are private
A
respondent.
private restaurant, Prakash Chandra Mondal. No notice was served.
And who
Before
is-
mentioning,
who is
no notice
appearing-
was served.
Who is appearing for the 10th respondent, private respondent?
Mr. Chandicharan.
Private respondent.
Private respondent, Mr.
You are
Dinesh.
appealing for both the private respondents.
Yes, yes.
You are.
I am Prakash Chandra Mondal. My brother is Dinesh Chandra Mondal. He is also advocate. My lord, we are appearing.
You are appearing in person, both of you.
Yes, my lord. I prefer not today. Because my lord, no notice was served. I am not prepared.
This is the difficulty when it is mentioned without notice.
Well, without notice, my lord, last week it was at the top, bottom. Today it is, so I am not ready. No notice was served. I am praying only for not today.
My lord, yesterday I mentioned the matter. This is the urgency.
Urgency, my lord, kindly see that there is no urgency. This is the
What
notice
is
of
your
the
urgency,
PWD. After 2 months, demolition proceeding will be started.
What is your urgency?
My lord, kindly come to annexure P7.
Notice দেবে আমাকে।
আমি জানো, how do I know? আপনি appeal করছেন।
আপনি জানেন না?
আমি
দাঁড়াচ্ছি সব
My
সময়।
lord, we have sent the notice. They have received it. Even have intimation that I am appearing in person. How do I know, my lord?
Where is
I have
the
been
notice? No intimation, my lord. My lord, kindly take it tomorrow, my lord. And my lord, as per my lord's order, demolition proceeding has been started. No notice was served upon my learned advocate, even me. I am totally in the dark. Last week it was at the bottom, and upon mentioning it is at the top.
Yesterday I mentioned.
My lord, I have received, but last week it was at the bottom.
Annexure P says that.
Informed yesterday, sir.
No information was given last day. Before mentioning,
Where is the receipt of this notice?
last day আপনি আমাকে notice দিয়েছেন না?
How do I know, my lord? Because I have sent him the copy.
He knows the notice.
But he did not even did not inform me that
Mentioned the matter yesterday.
I did. Your lordship.
Did you inform him before mentioning?
Yes, your lordship give the notice. I have served the notice of state, my lord, state respondent. Because
I am
state is
not
involved.
State
My lord,
respondent
state
at
is
all,
involved
sir.
because this is the assistant engineer issued the notice to
I
state.
am asking about the private respondents. Have you?
No, my lord, that is.
Nothing.
They are not ready to do it. Simple.
There is no urgency, and my lord, this is the
What is urgency?
Urgency,
my
my
lord,
lord,
that is- my lord, kindly see the notice. My lord, after
Wait,
election,
sir.
it will be demolished.
Yes, what is your urgency?
My lord, they have not said it. Well, your lordship kindly come to page 78.
Yes,
Page 78.
78.
78.
And my lord, petitioners have no right. আবেদনকারীর তার বউ আর মেয়েকে দিয়ে পিটিশন করছে।
Yes.
Yes. My next page. Under the perspective, it is informed that the removal campaign will be carried out on 14 June 2023 at 12 AM. That's why they have not, when I noticed that they have not taken, but they are going to start demolish. That's why yesterday I mentioned before lost it. I saw this is this is the notice I will remove. And nothing that my administration that sent that after election. So no notice has been served upon me. Chill now. Your lost it pleasure was.
Please show me the
Yes,
notice.
my lord.
Your lordship pleasure over to serve the notice upon the trade or fund because assistant engineer is.
Demolition campaign.
Hey.
It has been postponed, so there is no urgency. Let the matter appear in
Yes.
the normal course. Shall I keep this on record?
My lord, no, my lord, I have no copy.
You have no copy, very well.
My lord, later I shall start this.
My lord, may I go through the.
Yes, go through this. এটা ওনাকে
ওই
দেখিয়ে
দেখি।
দিন। On prayer of the private respondents, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading on
Copy.
17 July.
My lord,
My lord,
17
my lord.
July, my lord, in.
After elections, it will be done. not
Yes.
before.
Listen to June, my lord, this is the. July. My lord, before 8 July or that will be better, my lord. First week of July. First week of July, my lord.
8 July may be postponed. We do not know.
First,
Very well. Come back on 13th July.
All right.
my lord, leave the place.
13th July, 1-3. 13th July.
13th July, 13.
My lord, let the letter be kept on the record, otherwise, my lord.
It is an original copy, not necessary.
13th July. Read the line.
Yes,
Item 9, my lord. I'm appealing for the petition. Your lordship, I am for the respondent. As my learned senior, Mrs. Rini Bhattacharya is engaged in another court. I am praying for short passover, ma'am.
passover is not possible in this court.
My humble submission before
You're
lordship
appearing for whom?
for the respondent.
Which respondent?
DFCCIL,
Railway Authority.
railway. Ma'am. Yes,
Sir, affidavit of service, have you served the private respondent also?
No, there are no private respondent.
Where is your private respondent?
Yes. Private is the landlord, my lord. He has,
Has he been served?
yes, he has also been served.
The state also?
State subcourse.
are state subcourse or state of that? I'm a senior. Senior. 9 or 10. 9 or 10. 10 or 10. Item number 10.
Yes, my lord, additional district magistrate has been served, my lord, who has passed the order, impugned order.
Only the additional district magistrate, what about the others?
My lord,
You have implemented several other respondents, you have not served them at all.
my lord, the railway authority actually have been
The
served.
block development officer, superintendent of police,
Well,
officer in charge.
My lord, they have been made party, but they are not actually, my lord.
If you have made
Yeah.
them parties, you have to serve. If you don't wish to serve, you have to expunge their names.
Yes, my lord,
It can be either of the two.
losses kindly expunge.
All their names.
বাদ বাকি যে রেসপন্ডেন্ট যদি সার্ভিস করোনি পুলিশ অথরিটি হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ জিপি অফিসে সাফ করতে হতে
You have only served the additional district magistrate, no one else.
Yes, my lord, only my lord, district additional district magistrate has been only served.
So you have not served 5,
পার্টি করেছে
7, 8, 9.
Lordships kindly direct us to so that I can serve to the London government period.
It's a new matter, sir. You ought to have served. There's no
Yes.
need for a direction. Please serve and come back.
My lord.
Since affidavit of service, Nishulata. Since service upon respondent numbers 5, 7, 8, and 9 is not complete, comma, let the matter stand over till 17th July.
My lord. তো
আপনি sir বলছেন।
ঠিক আছে রেলওয়েতে অ্যাপিয়ার করছে
Next,
It's my lord, same
Same, ma'am. I'm
matter.
for the respondent.
so same order. Oh, you're for the state. Private respondent, sir. Private. State is appearing, so it will not be the same. You're appearing for all the state respondents?
If you lordship,
Union of India, you're appearing. Here also Kartik Chandra Halder, the same private
all
respondent.
the same private respondent, same, all respondents are same, my lord. Similar matter, actually, they are running the soft, my lord, at the land, and that land has been acquired by the railway authority. Now, my lord, since I'm a tenant, my lord, I'm running a medical shop. My lord, now they are trying to demolish my shop without giving any compensation or without taking any step for rehabilitation. That is, your lordship is already passed an order in earlier occasion. This is the second round of writ petition, my lord.
So let it be adjourned on his ground.
As the lordship. My lord, subject to lordship's design, my lord, if I may be served to the learned government advocate in respect of
Receive the copy.
other matter, my lord, earlier matter,
Earlier matter, no, you have to serve the
as
office. I think.
as the lordship.
You cannot serve Learned
As
Council.
the lordship, as
He has to be appointed.
my lord, my lord.
Date the same, 17.
None appears for the affidavit of service, Nina. None appears for the private respondent despite service. Paragraph on prayer of the railway authorities, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading, same date,
My lord, same.
same date, 17th.
17 July, my lord.
Because same issues, we can dispose.
Same issue, my lord. I'm grateful.
My lord, item number 11, appearing on behalf of the petitioners, my lord. My lord, this is my affidavit of service affected upon all. My lord, this matter relates to the demolition of unauthorized construction. My lord, number of 15 encroacher in front of my land, totally
Have you
blocked.
served?
Yes, my lord. Affected upon all, my lord.
All the private respondents?
All the private respondents.
You have checked?
Yes, my lord.
State, no one is appearing. Mr. Dey, may I request you to appear? Yes, what is the matter? Highways Act.
My lord, no, my lord. This is the 62 Act. 62
Yes.
Act, my lord. SDO is the authority, my lord. SDO. Page 93 is my representation, my lord. I am given to all of them. Yes, okay. Record tape on Dulil Tuli.
Let this be considered. Mr. Dey.
Yes.
Affidavit of service, none appears for the respondents despite service. Mr.
Yes,
Dey, who is present in court, regularized court, copy service and direction. Please serve a copy.
my lord. My lord, respondent number 4 is the authority. Subdivisional officer Holdia. 4 is the authority.
The petitioners claim to be the recorded owners of the plot in question and complain that the private respondents have raised unauthorized construction of shop rooms.
Several shop room, my lord.
Of shop rooms by encroaching upon a portion of government land adjoining their plot, thereby obstructing their egress and ingress. Paragraph, the petitioners submitted a representation in this regard before the concerned authority on 4th January 2023, which is yet to be considered. Stop, the petitioners pray for a direction upon the authority to consider the representation at the earliest. Paragraph, it is submitted on behalf of the respondents that the 4th respondent be directed to consider the representation in accordance with law. Paragraph, in view of the above, the petition is disposed of, directing the 4th respondent to consider and dispose of the representation submitted by the petitioners dated such and such within 3 months
3 months.
from the date of communication of this order, upon affording reasonable opportunity of hearing to all the interested persons, including the petitioners and the private respondents, in accordance with law. Disposed of to chapter. Well,
Lord, I appear for the petitioner, my lord. Pursuant to your lordship's direction, my lord, we have once again served them. My lord, pursuant to your lordship direction, my lord, I'm being led by Mr. Kishore Datta in this matter, my lord.
you sought to serve all of them afresh. is it
Yes, my
right?
lord, we have.
Indian Oil Corporation, who is appearing? Controller Thika tendency.
Yes, my lord, this my lord pertains to my lord, they claims to be the Thika tenant, and my lord, we are relying upon the judgment of Lokhi Moni Dashi and Jodadharida. But my lord, may I humbly preceding, my lord, I'm being led by. No, my lord, that's we have a my lord. I were come by your lordship's order also. I'm being led by Mr. Kishore. If your lordship pleasure to keep it at 12, my lord, he is engaged.
Not possible.
In that case, my lord. My lord,
Passover is not possible. in this.
my lord, kindly take it up tomorrow. Then, my lord, if your lordship so comments.
No, I have to give a date.
My lord,
In this court, it's not possible like that.
no, we don't know.
Have you served? Where is the service on the Indian Oil Corporation?
My lord, it has been served by hand.
Where is the
was-
service?
My lord, which Xerox, sir?
And there are several private respondents also.
The last occasion, my lord, the learned counsel for the Mijit Mukherjee had appeared for the private respondent, my lord. He is not here today. The private respondent was represented on the last occasion.
I find service on the controller and the secretary.
My lord, may I just take back to service type.
Indian Oil has received, but I
Yes,
do not find anyone
there's
representing them.
No one.
Who is the learned counsel who usually represents them? Are you aware?
My lord, I shall impair, my lord.
But I appear for the private respondents, but sorry, I was on my legs before the other court, my lord.
Private respondent, all the private respondents?
Yes, my lord.
The beneficiaries of the will, my lord, basically. Owners of the property. Service to Indian Oil.
No one represented the private respondents on the earlier date.
My lord, I was there, my lord.
Private respondents.
Yes, my lord, my learned
was there,
counsel was
my-
appearing on the last occasion.
1, 2, and 3.
But I'm for 4 to 12, my lord.
Yes, yes. So what about the state controller and Indian Oil has been served, but difficult. Yes, you are appearing for the same.
My lord,
The Indian Oil Corporation should. The controller you are representing, yes. What about the IOC who will,
my lord, IUCL we have served by hand, my lord.
yes, but can we take up the matter in their absence?
My lord,
has to be there.
they are the main answering respondents, my lord. We have initially
So,
served.
My lord kindly gives them a
served.
last direction, I think that is subject to what.
It is served. Direction on whom?
My lord, because if they're not appearing today, because their presence is absolutely necessary for disposal of this.
Will you find out who's the learned counsel?
My lord, I shall try to
I'll
find
give
out.
you a short adjournment.
My
Please
lord,
find out in the meantime and inform learned counsel.
my lord.
Affidavit of service. Private respondent or a nominee 11. Yeah. None appears for the Indian Oil Corporation Limited despite service. Stated Mr. Day. Paragraph stated Mr. Day. Actually. State. Oh, yes, yes. None appears for the state respondents and the Indian Oil Corporation Limited despite service. Mr. Day, who is present in court, Mr. Day, regularize court. Please serve a copy to Mr. Day.
My lord, we shall.
I'll regularize his record. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 6th July.
My lord,
6th July.
my lord, great.
Please, I'm not giving any direction because it has been served on paper, but then please
We
find
shall
it.
try to find out who is appearing and intimate, my lord, your lordship's desire if somebody can represent. My lord.
Grateful.
But I cannot recall at the moment. There are councils who represent the Indian Oil Corporation.
I shall find out. My lord.
Item 13.
My lord, I appear for the petitioner, my lord. With kindly, this is my petition regarding encroachment done by National Highway Authority.
Have you served the?
Yes,
state
my
and
lord.
the Union of
My
Yes,
I
my
have
lord.
already
I am
served, my lord. My
appearing-
report has already been served.
Man,
I am appearing on
we have
behalf
also
of the
served
Union
the
of
notice
India.
also, yes. My lord, the report was filed on the last occasion.
Yeah, you are appearing. This
We have
is a
served.
report by the NHAI.
My lord.
Yes. My lord, the report was filed on the last occasion, my lord. My lord will kindly grant directions for my rights to be protected as far as the compensation is concerned, and the same can be done in a time.
I can request Mr. Day to appear for the state because I do not find anyone.
My lord, we have served
The
notice
state will
also.
Already served the report, my lord. Already served the report to my learned advocate, my lord.
The state?
Yes, my lord.
My lord TM Siddiqui, my lord. He's used to
Yes.
appear,
My lord, we have also served a notice, my lord.
So now where is he?
My lord, his presence is required, my lord, because as per his demarcations, lordship, we have to, if your lordship kindly.
The notice.
So Siddiqui doesn't have time to appear before this court.
We've served, my lord, we've served. Lordship, on the last occasion, was pleased to ask us to serve and then come back. We've taken. Lordship, there's only a very short point, my lord, that survives.
Yes,
An
what is
indication.
it? Yes, please make your submission because.
Very well,
we
my
cannot
lord.
wait for the
We'd also
statement.
personally, my lord, my junior had informed Mr. Siddiqui. In fact, my lord, Lordship will recall, there was one time, my lord.
You're appearing in this
Yes,
matter?
yes. Very well. Lordship, my REIT application, in fact, there's an admission on which is made by the NHI based on the report that has been filed. My lord, our only contention was that there was an acquisition that had taken place right in front of my house. Based on that acquisition, there was a construction and extension of the highway that had started. They could not, NHI during the construction process could not restrain themselves to the acquired portion. They go beyond the acquired portion. My learned senior, my lord, Mr. Arindo Banerjee was appearing. He very fairly submitted that we are not standing in the way of any infrastructure development. If they want to acquire the remainder of the portion, we are willing to participate in the acquisition process, provided we are paid the due compensation in accordance with law, number one. And number two, my lord, if the process could be concluded within a time-bound manner. Lordship now looks at the report, my lord, which has been filed by NHI.
Yes.
This itself, my lord, is self-explanatory. They've conducted a fair report. Lordship comes to page number 3, my lord.
Yes.
Lordship looks at paragraph number 6. It is submitted that the respondent number 5 CALA, Bud 1, has vide its memo number so and so dated April 20, 2023, submitted a final demarcation report of the subject plot number 914 of Mouza Becharhat, jail number so and so, my lord. The report inter alia provides as follows: joint survey, I'm reading from the court, my lord, done on 21 March 2023 in presence of D. Venugopal Reddy, site engineer, NHI. So and so, my lord, has been conducted. Demarcation of RS plot number has been made as per the alignment map of 3 LA cases related to Old Burdwan bypass and NHA 13. Next page, my lord. It has been noted that an area of 160 square feet into 12.8 square feet is outside the alignment of NHI 13, previously Burdwan bypass. Sketch map attached with the report separately. So this goes on to prove that our contention in the writ application is at least admitted. Construction is going presently upon the above 160 by 12.5 square feet of land. Hence, the above portion of land upon plot number 914 is not under NH land. Lordship comes to para 7. It is submitted that the subject plot being plot number 914 of Moza so and so, my lord, is shown as being within the right of way of National Highway number 19 in the land acquisition plan, which was submitted to CLA Burdwan, respondent number 5, and no objection has ever been received from the CLA Burdwan, respondent number 5. Accordingly, construction of the drainage work was carried out by the respondent number 5, NHI, through its appointed contractor on the said portion of the subject land plot, which now the subject above cited demarcation report shows as outside the alignment of the National Highway 19. It is submitted that for completion of the construction activity, I'm led by Mr. It is submitted that for completion of the construction activity in the desired stretch, the subject disputed area of the subject plot land is required by the answering respondent number 4. So they also state that not only has the construction started incorrectly, but they also require it for the process. So as Mr. Banerjee on the last occasion had, my lord, submitted, that if we could be remanded to the acquisition process, which is in accordance with law, compensation would necessarily have to be paid with us. That can be calculated based on the parameters which are set, my lord, in accordance with law. But we were only praying for this, your lordship, that this process could be concluded in a time-bound manner. That I'd leave to your lordship.
Let
Well,
us hear the national Highways.
very well.
My lord, I am only relying upon this report, my lord, because this paragraph 6 and 7, lordship,
You
this is
admitted that you have encroached upon a little more than
lordship,
what you
lordship,
require.
as per paragraph 6 and 7, lordship, we are going through, lordship, as per the report of this competent authority land acquisitions, my lord.
Yes.
That's the lordship. His presence is required, lordship. My learned friend's presence is required because as per para 6, lordship, they said demarcation that is as per my lord, this sketch map.
The demarcation shows that you have utilized in excess of what has been acquired.
Yes, lord, because as per their lordship, as per
What
their
you have to
report.
do is you have to pay compensation for that excess area.
Lordship can pass this or lordship not recorded lordship that NHI submitted this lordship. Is it fallen from the lordship? Lordship, I am bound by lordship's order.
Yes, Mr. Dhar.
আমি ওটা বলবো তো আপনার
কি
না
তোমরা ছিলে না
ছিলাম তো আমি তো বলছি না দুটো রিপোর্ট দিয়েছি তোমরা বলো
Well, as per page 11, my lord, it's been signed by the LA surveyor. And my lord, the sketch map at page 12. Perhaps, my lord, I can't see, my lord, whether NH people were there or not.
Yes, yes, they were.
Because Lordship,
আছে?
as per
ছিল?
para
কোনটা?
5 of
আছে,
my
এটা নিয়ে এটা dispute করছে।
জিজ্ঞাসা করছি।
আচ্ছা, এইসব
Madam,
NH এর
as per
জন্য
para
হয়েছে।
5, my lord,
হ্যাঁ।
Report of joint verification 21st March, ওদিনই হয়েছে।
আরে NH এর ডেজিগনেশনটা কোথায় সেটাই তো দেখবার চেষ্টা করছি।
Immaterial, they are not denying it. They are admitting your
ও
survey.
সাইট ইঞ্জিনিয়ার স্ট্যাম্প দিয়ে দিচ্ছে এটা। কি বলবো?
Then, my lord, this report is binding on them. If they were present, then it is binding on them.
But my lord, kindly see,
Deny.
I never denied so.
It's binding on everyone, in fact.
Yes, my lord, whatever the outcome of the inquiry
Before
report, my
that,
lord,
because paragraph
They
5
need
is
to go
also
by that.
important, my lord, because they, as per the report was received from the respondent number Kala, since the report of the respondent number 5 was not found to be conclusive. They mentioned in their report that this report is conclusive. Either Lordship can give us the Lordship hearing.
এবার hearing কি?
well,
For all
then
the-
in
all the
that
parties,
case, my lord,
all the interested
my
parties.
lord, in that
including the
case, my lord, subject to correction, my lord, they need to come up with the exception to this report. If they are denying.
No.
No one is denying.
The report is not denied by anyone, sir. Paragraph 6 says that the final demarcation has been done and.
That is at page 11.
Yes.
Yes.
So let there be an order for.
Yes, yes.
Excess land.
My lord, kindly Lordship, in that case, Lordship, just give a direction, Lordship, to acquire the land, Lordship, unacquired portion, Lordship. This portion, Lordship, shall be recorded.
We take necessary steps.
Lordship, but not recorded, Lordship, the NHI submission, my lord. This is my humble submission.
NHI doesn't take responsibility.
Lordship, because I am only going with my report, ma'am.
Third learned counsels for the parties. It is contended on behalf of the petitioner that
এত ভদ্রলোক রিপোর্টটাকে ডিসপিউট করবে।
the state respondents acquired
নম্বরই তোমরা সাইট ইঞ্জিনিয়ার নিচ্ছে।
a portion of the land belonging to him. Vide LA case number 16 within bracket NH 19 bracket closed 2020-21. And the petitioner you have received compensation for this, the remaining, for the acquired part.
For the acquired part, we receive compensation. We are challenging the quantum of compensation in accordance with law. That's a
And
different.
the petitioner received compensation for the same on protest. Stop. The petitioner alleges that in constructing, in extending the stretch of the national highway, comma, the National Highways Authority of India has encroached upon, has utilized a stretch of land measuring 118 feet by 22.6 feet in excess of the land acquired. The petitioner claims compensation. The petitioner prays for a direction upon the concerned authority to acquire the said stretch of land in accordance with law and pay compensation to the petitioner for the same. Paragraph. It appears from the report in the form of affidavit submitted on behalf of the National Highways Authority of India that on a joint survey done done by the state authorities, comma, it was found that an area of 160 square feet into 12.8 square feet is outside the alignment of present NH 19. Stop. In other words, the said stretch of land has been admittedly utilized in excess of what was acquired. Paragraph, since the contention of the petitioner, paragraph, has in substance been admitted by the respondents, comma, the concerned respondent, who should initiate proceeding?
My lord,
Right.
paragraph
NH.
7 of
No, no,
that
no,
is
no.
also important, my lord. The
Para-
paragraph 7, my lord.
My lord, respondent numbers 4 and 5. 5, I think, 5. Competent authority under the.
The competent authority should.
National Highway
My
Act.
lord, the competent authority acquired the land first.
Yes, so
Lordship.
5.
But Lordship,
So
we
he will do the.
A
further
proposal should come from the NH authority, then competent authority takes steps. My lord, 3 and 5. 3 and 5.
So Lordship, kindly give the direction of, if there is any unacquired portion, Lordship, give them a direction, Lordship, to acquire, and accordingly, Lordship, we pay the compensation.
That is
unacquired portion admittedly.
A proposal has to come from them.
That's why, my lord, I am with the state.
Yes. Then state will take steps. My lord, competent authority comes under the state. Competent authority is actually the district magistrate. He is the.
Come from the third respondent.
Yes. To the fifth, and the fifth respondent will take steps.
My lord, kindly, paragraph 7, Lordship, kindly recorded, my lord, because this 7 paragraph is also important, my lord. Subject to Lordship's correction.
Not necessary. It is, this is part of the record. That is irrelevant.
My,
Yeah, keep on in view of the.
Lordship, may I please to direct 3 and 5.
Being the third respondent herein, shall initiate a proposal for acquisition of the excess stretch of land. Proposal within 1 month? Within 1 month from date, stop, on receipt of such. Okay, 1 month from date, stop. The fifth respondent is directed to take necessary steps for acquisition of the land
And payment of
and
compensation.
payment of compensation to the petitioner within 1 month of receipt of the proposal.
Then, my lord,
But it according to-
subject to correction, my lord, then, my lord, kindly, my lord, direct the third respondent to deposit the fund with the competent authority. Otherwise, competent authority won't be able to disburse the amount.
My
in
lord,
favor
first
of
the
the
proposal comes
land.
from the amount from the competent authority. Then the Lordship, the National Highways Authority pay the
My lord,
compensation.
fund has to be deposited
Yes,
for
yes.
acquisition.
But
My lord,
that one
proposal
amount
has
is
to
not-
come from the respondent number 3.
Every single instruction will not be given in a writ petition.
Well, kind-
I'll direct them to you to
In accordance
to
with
take
law.
Yes.
necessary steps in accordance with law.
Yes.
That should cover it.
Yes.
Keep on last. The fifth respondent.
আমি ওই টাইম ফ্রেমটা মারতে পারবো না।
Initiate বলেছি তো। To take necessary steps, huh? In accordance with law, the entire exercise is expected to be completed within 2 months from the date of receipt of the proposal.
Proposal within 1 month, 2 months.
Within 1 month, it will be initiated.
And then within 2 months therefrom. Yes. That is clear. Oblige your lordship.
Within 2 months from initiation of the proceedings, from receipt of proposal. From initiation of proceedings. Disposed of. Next.
I'm for the petition. 14. This is also one of the COVID case for extension. The application has been made for extension of period. Not in this application, when a representative has been made for the permission, seeking permission to excavate the unmined sand or to extend the period. This is the only for the representation which has to be considered.
COVID-19.
COVID, yes. Once invoking the force majeure clause, well, the clause is page 30.
Page 30,
The force majeure clause,
page 30.
page 30.
Yes. And your representation?
Represent page 59. Page 59.
You have twofold prayers. One is for excavating the unmined,
This is
unexcavated.
the my prayer. This is my prayer. Either for the restricted period which I have not used, that has to be for the unmined sand which I am allowed to excavate, either to or extent.
But the quantum has not been mentioned, that how much quantity.
Let it be the representative be considered.
Let the representation be considered. For the state, Mr. Dey?
I am giving a identical copies orders.
Is it
Affidavit of service. Being the highest bidder in the e-auction quoted by the respondent authorities on 9th November 2016, the petitioner was granted long-term mining lease for a period of 5 years. And upon complying with all highest bidder in the auction floated on author and upon complying with all requisite formalities. The petitioner was granted long-term mining lease for a period of 5 years. Deed of lease registered on 16th March 2018, which was valid till 15th March 2023. Stop. The petitioner was unable to continue with mining operation due to the COVID-19 pandemic, small letter, and filed an application before the concerned authority for extension of the period of lease. Paragraph learned counsel for the petitioner draws the attention of this court to clause 5 of part Roman 9 of the deed of lease, which demonstrates that if through force majeure, the fulfillment by the lessee of any of the terms and conditions of the lease be delayed, the period of such delay shall be added to the period fixed by the lease. Stop. The petitioner submitted a representation before the concerned authority
February 2023.
On 8th February 2023, seeking permission to excavate the unexcavated sand in the block, and in the alternative, extension of the period of lease. The said representation is yet to be considered. Stop. The petitioner prays for a direction upon the concerned authority to consider the representation at the earliest. Paragraph, it is submitted on behalf of the respondents that the third respondent. Third respondent be directed to consider the representation in accordance with law. Paragraph in view of the above, the writ petition is disposed of, directing the third respondent to consider and dispose of the representation submitted by the petitioner dated such and such within 1 month from the date of communication of this order, upon affording reasonable opportunity of hearing to all the stakeholders, including the petitioner, in accordance with law. Paragraph, the decision taken by the authority shall be communicated to the petitioner within a week thereof, disposed of with judgment.
Especially in the light of force majeure clause, that 105 has to be mentioned. Because
105.
105 and force majeure clause. In light of at the time of taking
In
consideration.
accordance with law, everything will be taken.
Everything is, yes, 105 your deal.
Lordship, I have made.
Amendments. 105.
11.5.
তো add করুন, যেখানে এই বললাম না, the petitioner post major process শেষ হলো, ওখানে the learned counsel further submits that learned counsel also takes this court to section 105 of the Transfer of Property Act 1882 and submits that the petitioner was unable to reap the benefit of the lease granted to him due to reasons beyond his control. After giving reasonable opportunity of hearing, to all the stakeholders, including the petitioner, and upon taking into consideration, and in the light of court, and in the light of section 105 of the Transfer of Property Act 1882, as well as clause 5 of part Roman 9 of the deed of lease, in accordance with law. In the light. Disposed of which judgment? Next. Is anyone appearing?
I beg to appear for the state, my lord.
My lord, the private respondent has constructed a shop room just in front of my residence, my lord, over the PWD land. I have lodged the complaint before the assistant engineer, PWD. Kindly come to page 22, my lord.
Give me a minute, please.
Page 22, my lord.
The National Highways is a party here.
My lord, I have no role, my lord.
What role does the National Highway have?
The PWD has the role.
National Highway?
My lord, pursuant to the complaint, the assistant engineer, my lord, page 22, have asked the private respondent, it is found that you have encroached government land by illegal construction of GT Road, Gajipara, Boidevati, Hubli. You are requested to vacate the land within 7 days, my lord. And pursuant to this order, my lord, the private respondent vacated.
Has there been a demarcation?
No, my lord.
No, that, my lord, may I say,
Pursuant to this decision, the private respondent vacated the land, but the construction remains. My lord, kindly come to page 25. It's the letter of the assistant engineer. I would like to inform you that demarcation of government land is required to identify the encroaches, my lord. And you have asked the block land and land reforms officer for demarcation, my lord. No steps has been taken there.
This appears to be a backward counting. First the demolition, then the demarcation. What does this mean? Yes.
my lord, so far as this correspondence is concerned, my lord, the PWD has asked the BLRO for demarcation of the land. And unless it is demarcated and it is demarcated that it is government land, my lord, no steps could be taken. My lord, you also have seen, my lord, on 11th November 2022, my lord, this correspondence was made. Then, my lord, again on 19/4/2023 and on 11/5/2023, my lord, the PWD has written letter to the BLRO for demarcation, but that process is not completed yet, my lord.
PLLR is beyond control of the PWD.
Yes, but that's true, my lord. That process is going on, my lord. And after completion of the demarcation process, it is found, if it is found that the private respondent has constructed on the government land, my lord, appropriate steps will be taken, my lord. So it requires some time, my lord, for demarcation.
Within 3 months.
My lord.
affidavit of service. None appears for the private respondent despite service. Paragraph. Let your name be there because I'm disposing it of in any case. The petitioner claims to be the recorded owner of the plot in question and complains that the private respondent has raised unauthorized construction by encroaching upon a portion of PWD land adjoining his plot, comma, thereby obstructing his egress and ingress. The petitioner submitted a representation in this regard before the concerned authority. Where is your representation?
My lord, my presentation is at page 20, 21.
On 11th June 2015, pursuant to which a notice was issued by the Assistant Engineer, Srirampur Subdivision, comma, Public Works Department upon the private respondent on 12th June 2015, 12th June 2015, directing removal of the illegal construction on the PWD road. Stop. Paragraph. Learned counsel for the petitioner submits that the private respondent has vacated the road in question pursuant to the letter issued, the notice issued by the assistant engineer, but the construction on the road still remains. Stop. Subsequently, a letter has been issued by the assistant engineer to the block land and land reforms officer, comma, Srirampur, Uttar Par or Uttar Para? Uttar Par block?
Uttar Para. That is
Should be Uttar Para, isn't it? Uttar Para block, comma, Hooghly, on 16th November 2022, requesting demarcation of the land in question.
For the
Such
two corresponding
demarcation
cases.
is yet to be done. Stop. Learned counsel prays for a direction upon the concerned authorities to conclude the entire proceeding and remove the unauthorized encroachment on government road, on PWD road at the earliest. Paragraph. It is submitted on behalf of the state respondents that upon demarcation of the plot, comma, if unauthorized encroachment is submits that in the event in the event unauthorized encroachment is detected upon demarcation of the plot, comma, necessary steps shall be taken by the authority in accordance with law. Shall be taken by the fourth respondent.
Yes.
Necessary steps shall be taken by the fourth respondent in accordance with. Is sought to be initiated by the concerned authority, comma, the assistant engineer, comma, being the fourth respondent here in comma, is directed to by the concerned authority, comma, in the event encroachment upon PWD land or any portion thereof is detected, comma, the fourth respondent is directed to initiate proceeding under section 10 of the West Bengal Highways Act 1964 and take the proceeding to its logical conclusion within 3 months from the date of communication of this order, upon affording reasonable opportunity of hearing to all the interested persons, including the petitioner and the private respondent, comma, in accordance with law. Disposed of with judgment.
At 16, my lord, I appeal for the petitioner, my lord. My lord, on last occasion, my lord, your lordship had directed, my lord, the state authorities, my lord, to file a report. Thank you, sir.
Have you received a copy?
My lord, just now. My lord, I need some time to go through it and use an exception if required.
Will you come back
After, my lord, 2 weeks, my lord, because my lord, in the meantime, my lord, the interim order, my lord, is expiring.
Then let him come back. A report in the form of affidavit submitted on behalf of the state respondents is taken on record. Stop. Copy of the report is served upon, is made over to learned counsel for the petitioner in court this day. Paragraph on prayer of the petitioner, the matter is adjourned. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 19th July. Paragraph, the interim order granted earlier is extended till 31st July or with further orders, comma, whichever is earlier.
Well, liberty to use an exception if required. my lord.
আচ্ছা, যেখানে report in court this day, ওখানে on prayer of the petitioner, liberty is granted to use an exception to the report if necessary.
Seventeen, my lord, I am appearing for the petitioners. My lord, in this writ petition, particular land acquisition proceedings have been challenged. My lord, similar bunch of writ petitions disposed of by your lordship in September 2022. These matters are, when these matters are moved, my lord, on the last occasion, your lordship will kindly remember, the Bardwan Development Authority,
Has been preferred.
they took the plea. September, it was disposed of by your lordship. 9 months have passed. On the last occasion also, they submitted, the preparation is taking for stay. Your lordship, my lord, said that, my lord, by this day,
Last submission was they preferred an appeal.
your lordship did not record it. My lord, if your lordship kindly remembers,
Recorded.
no, your lordship did not record
appeal has
that
been
thing.
recorded.
Several other matters were adjourned, my lord, since January.
Taking some.
Anyway, my lord,
No, my lord, in the month of
What is,
February.
what is
9 months have passed.
Appeal?
appeal has been admitted?
No, my lord, till date not admitted. It has been filed. It has been mentioned, my lord, are due to change of determination, my lord.
Have you
Again.
served?
No.
No, my lord, no direction has not.
9 months have passed, your lordship passed this order. My lord, every alternate day,
February, my
even the district magistrate herself, the chairperson of BTA, they are going to the spot. My lord, we are marginal businessmen running our livelihood. My lord, we are always at the threat. In that event, my lord, if your lordship
Kindly dispose of the matter, my lord.
disposal in the light
Of the matter.
My lord, direct the land acquisition collector. Consider the representation.
No.
Otherwise,
Your-
if,
my
if
pre-
he is so hostile.
your lordship,
Otherwise, my lord, appeal is pending, my lord. If he is so
appeal is
hostile-
pending in other matters.
You're making contradictory submissions. On one hand, you say appeal is pending.
No, my lord, I'm
Then again you
submitting
say
that
that
appeal is
disposal.
pending, my lord. He is hostile and hurting, my lord.
Despite that, you want disposal of the matter?
No, my lord. Appeal pending, my lord.
My lord, interim order will because, my lord, we are always at the threat, my lord. My lord, in last occasion, my lord, also, my lord, since your lordship told them, my lord, this is the last time, but your lordship was specific that I am not recording anything. Even then, since if your lordship pleases to grant further adjournment, my lord, some protection may be given. Because your lordship
My lord, I am also
decided,
suffered, my lord.
protection
Then I
no,
will
highway
suffer.
is complete. Highway,
My
my
lord,
lord,
then I will suffer, my lord.
Highway is already complete, your lordship already, if your lordship sees the order passed by your lordship, there also, my lord, the interim order is there.
If highway is complete, you have no threat of disposal for.
I have the threat of disposition because BDA is the requiring body and state BDA says that the land belongs to us. And now, my lord, the highway has completed its portion. When the highway was affected, my lord.
Cannot stop a public project, sir.
No, private project. There's no public project right now. If your lordship kindly sees your lordship's order.
The public project in lordship.
In that event,
Expunge my name.
if your lordship sees the your lordship's order, my lord.
You have relied upon the judgment in your prayer also.
Yes.
And I am sure this judgment is under challenge.
My lord.
Yes.
So I cannot deal with the writ petition at the moment.
My lord, 9 months have passed. My lord, they did not take any steps, my lord, to obtain a stay order. Your lordship observed it on the last occasion. Kindly appreciate their conduct.
Lordship,
When was the appeal filed?
in the month of February, my lord. Thereafter, stay application has been filed, everything due to change of bench, my lord.
9 months have passed.
You have chosen to remain silent. You have not taken any steps before the appellate court.
My lord,
Only filing is not sufficient, isn't it?
No.
You need to take necessary steps. Have you mentioned before the appellate court? No.
No, earlier bench, my lord, but due to change of here, this bench again mentioned, my lord.
When has the determination?
Take steps, my lord.
Determination has
kindly
not changed
consider.
recently.
Lots of kindly consider.
My lord, authorities are coming every now and then. My lord, kindly some protection. In
that case, please instruct your the authorities
not to take any coercive
take any
steps.
coercive
Lordship, only this much.
No, my lord,
Not
we
take-
are taking no coercive steps.
from the bar.
Kindly record it, my
We are
lord.
taking
Because
no
they
coercive
will,
steps,
my lord,
The judgment itself is under challenge.
Ah.
You're relying upon that judgment. So nothing. can
I
be
am,
done
my
at
lord, I am relying, my lord, based on that judgment, my lord, I've moved this writ petition.
Yes,
Now, if
your
your,
prayer also.
if the judgment has not been stayed as yet, not interim order in that judgment, when the matter was pending,
No,
first instance, there also, my lord, your lordship was pleased to pass interim order. My lord, kindly appreciate, my lord, in those writ petitions also, interim order was there.
In view of the fact that judgment of this court.
Some protection, my lord, if we are not being given, my lord,
I will suffer.
they will play this, my lord, they are playing this trick, your lordship, my lord, from the.
Passed on 30th September 2022 in WPA 15475 of 2021 has been carried in appeal. And the present writ petition has been filed on the anvil of such judgment, comma. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 2nd August. Oh, আমরা থাকছি না 2nd August.
My lord, the other matters, my lord, are fixed on 14th July. If your lordship, my lord, gives this much indulgence, my lord, the other
Other
matter,
matters are on
yeah, 14th
14th
July.
I would like to hear that you have taken positive steps before the appellate court.
My lord, this was your lordship's observation before vacation also. But since it is not on record, my lord, your lordship is not.
Next, 14th July. Data কি 14th হলো না 2nd August?
14th.
Huh? Urgent certificate also. Next, 14th August to 14th.
No, no, 14th July.
14th July.
Not
14 July, my lord.
I am for the petitioner. Now here the petition
On behalf of respondent number 8.
petitioner challenge the document annexed in page number 120. Lordship, kindly come to page
Are all
number.
the respondents represented?
Lordship, they are. Now kindly come to the impugned order.
Oh, several petitioners.
Yes, my lord. Court fees are paid.
My lord, I am raising my point of maintainability.
Yes.
Let them argue then.
It's a question of.
Who is appearing for the private respondents?
My lord, I beg to appear. My lord,
For all the
we are
private-
the actual owner in respect of the land in question. We have transferred the land in favor of them.
My lord, actually, my lord, we did not made a party, but when, my lord, we have been, my lord, made party, my lord, we are appearing.
Now, the question is that I purchased the land from them and this land was never been acquired by the state. Now, in that
This is under the
situation,
Land Reforms Act.
it's under the Land Reforms Act. Now, Lordship, I would argue differently that this is a question of jurisdiction coming within the High Court. Land Reforms Act, Lordship, creates the bar on certain subjects, matter where this act can operate. Now, this may not fall within that zone. This situation can be addressed by the High Court. That's why, Lordship, since my learned senior friend is raising the issue of maintainability, let him first argue, then Lordship, I will open my case.
What are the exceptions under the Land Reforms Act where this court can intervene?
My lord, that
Please tell me, yes, what is your, this is your ground of non,
Now, what is his prayer?
yes.
A writ in the nature of mandamus commanding the respondents and or their agents and was the impugned memos dated such and such issued by the Block Land and Land Reforms Officer Bakura, which was issued to the petitioner on the basis of the resumption of records such and such Land Reforms Department by the West Bengal. Next, a writ in the nature of mandamus commanding the respondents agents shall set aside the impugned memo dated memo and order number such and such. My lord, your lordship, kindly turn to page
120, 120.
120.
120.
নাম্বার নেই কিন্তু এইটা হতেই হবে
Yes.
নামগুলো দিয়েছো ওটাও দিয়ে দাও
This is the order passed in Manila under the West Bengal Estate Acquisition Act. And this order has been passed on 23rd November 2015. After so many years, he has challenged before this honorable court. And the estate acquisition is barred by the specified act. And thereafter, the notice which has been issued by my learned friend, my prayer A, that is the notice dated 20th March 2023. Notice under section 50 and 57 of the West Bengal Land Reforms Act. It is also but by the specified act. Therefore, the repetition is not maintainable before this honorable court.
Yes.
That is their submission. Now, Lordship, kindly come to this notice once, 120. Whereas lands measuring more than 2.38 acres of land, Land Reform Act, Estate Acquisition Act, comprised in the mill held by Komala Rice Mill at Mouja Patpur, jail number 212 and under police station of district Bakura, vested in the state government free from all encumbrances under section 5 of the West Bengal Estate Acquisition Act 1953. And whereas the said mill held the said 2.38 acres of land for the purpose of running the said mill under the department's order number such and such, reference dated 19/6/1961 under subsection 3 of section 6 of the said act. And whereas it is clear from the reconnaissance survey report that the said mill is closed for 40 years and said area of 2.38 acres of land is lying unutilized for the purpose of the said mill for long. And whereas preliminary hearing was given to all materially interested persons concerned by the district authorities of Bakura in respect of the said 2.38 acres of land. And whereas the state government has considered to resume the said area of 2.3 acres of land as being surplus to the requirement of the said mill for which it is allowed to retain. And whereas the opportunity of hearing was given to the said mill by the state government in the Land and Land Reforms Department. And whereas the state government, after considering all the facts and circumstances of the case, is satisfied that the said area of 2.38 acres of land is no longer required by the said mill for the purpose of running the said mill. Now, therefore, in exercise of the power conferred by the provisions of subsection 3 of section 6 of the said act, the governor is hereby pleased to resume the said 2.3 acres of land as detailed in the schedule below
as the same is no longer required by the said mill, remain in possession of the said area of 2.38 acres of land from the date of taking over possession of the land by the state government. Now, Lordship, kindly come to the copy forwarded to information and necessary action. 1. The Director of Land Record Survey. 2. District Magistrate Collector. 3. ADM, DLLRO. 4. Komala Rice Mill. Now, these 4 were given. I was not served with the copy of this notice. Now, Lordship, the question is, this notice, the question of raising or challenging any question to this notice by us did not arise at that point of time. Now, Lordship, therefore, the first limbs of submission by Mr. Bandopadhyay, Lordship, can be answered by this way, that in 2015, when this notification was issued, I did not have any opportunity to challenge this. Now, when I was served with it, I was served with this notice on 20th March 2023. That is the notice under Section 50 and Section 57 of the West Bengal Land Reforms Act. Lordship, kindly come to Ajit Kumar Kundu was served. The land originally held by Komala Rice Mills over 2.38 acres of RS plot number such and such. LR number 218-212 under Section 6(3) of the West Bengal Estate Acquisition Act 1953 was resumed by the state while resumption order dated such and such. In this connection, a hearing has been fixed on 3/4/2023 and at 12 noon, correction of the records of rights and the said land is favor of the collector Bankura. On behalf of the state of West Bengal, you are directed to appear before the undersigned on the scheduled date and time for the said hearing, either in person and through the authorized agent. Now the question, I have to challenge it. And in order to challenge this, Lordship, I have to challenge the first order. Now the result of the order dated 23rd November 2015, this order was issued because this is the only reasoning shown. Because kindly see, Lordship, it says land originally held by Komala Rice Mills was resumed by the state. Now, it was resumed by the state by the notice dated 23rd 11/2015. Now that resumption has to be challenged. In 2015, I was in possession of that land. I purchased the land from the private respondents. I have constructed my building, staying there for a substantive period of time, and suddenly I received the notice from the state. And this is also not the notice for the acquisition. So admittedly, there was no acquisition of this land. Now, Lordship, in this situation, Lordship, I'm asking that whether I am required to go before the tribunal or whether the power of this court under the extraordinary constitutional power of this court can be invoked by exercising the power under Article 226 of the Constitution of India. That has to be satisfied. Now, Lordship, kindly come to my records. If government have resumed the property for a substantive period of time, Lordship, page 73, Lordship, kindly come. This was the record. The Chittaranjan Gorai, I think my learned senior friend's client, Chittaranjan Gorai. And Chittaranjan Gorai, this was rice mill or Bastu. Kindly come to record. This is my client. Rice mill or Bastu.
But your repetition says that you were in touch with the authorities all throughout.
Lordship.
A right to information, you
Yes.
were in touch all throughout.
Yes, Lordship, this I got. This is paragraph number 14. I said a copy of the said memo under memo such and such dated such is annexed herewith. It's P11. Because it was served upon me under RTI in 2015 only. 2016 supplied the said copy of the memo dated such and such, dated such and such. 119, Lordship, page 119. This was RTA application with reference to the petition dated such and such. On the subject noted above, I am directed to forward herewith a copy of the memo being number such and such.
Page 90.
Yes, 119.
ঠিক আছে ইয়ার আমাদের
So you were provided with this copy in 2016.
Yes. But that was not issued to me at the time of hearing. So my question of participation in that proceeding, when this property was resumed.
For the first petitioner, Chittaranjan Gaur.
Yes, my lord.
So in 2016, you were informed about this impugned order. When did you file the writ petition? In 23.
23.
Only after the notice was issued.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, you have to go before the tribunal.
The only question is whether tribunal can take it up. Whether tribunal can take it up now. Because of the question that the limbs, when this particular order is there, till this order survives, whether tribunal can touch this petition.
Which order?
This order dated 23rd November 2015. Now, this order has to be tested by the High Court.
This is under the Estates Acquisition Act.
Yes.
Which is also a specified act. So this court cannot deal with this.
Now,
order.
Lordship, I only want, because Your Lordship knows that if this order is found to be passed without any application of mind, then this court can hear out this petition.
Doesn't mean it is not, it is passed without jurisdiction.
Now,
I'm sorry, sir.
because I'm saying this order itself shows that I was not given a copy of this.
You're aggrieved by the order. You have to go before the appellate forum, the appropriate forum. This court will not deal with this. This is under the specified act. And the act is very clear.
Lordship, kindly give me 1 day time, Lordship. I'll try to satisfy you, Lordship. Give me 1 day time, and 1 day accommodation.
Without wasting further time, why don't you approach the appellate forum?
Lordship, kindly 1 day. I will try to appraise you, Lord, satisfy you, Lordship. Any day, Lordship, next
Counsel
week.
for the state respondents challenges the maintainability of the writ petition on the ground that the matter pertains to the West Bengal Estates Acquisition Act and the West Bengal Land Reforms Act. Paragraph. Learned counsel for the petitioners seeks accommodation. Paragraph. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 13 July.
13 July, date for Lordship.
We can
19, I appear for the petitioner, Lordship.
What about the response?
This is my affidavit of service.
Mr. Dey is appearing for the state.
Lordship, this is the second round of litigation in this matter.
Have you served the municipality also?
Yes, we have served all except the respondent number 4. All the service has been complete. Respondent number 4, I believe, will be represented by the state. All the services are complete. We have served everyone.
Yes, the state will represent it.
Yes. Will it be your lordship's pleasure to take it up today, or
Because
Mr. Dey is not in court?
Will you come back some other day?
Lordship, Friday or Monday? Lordship
Next
takes
month.
Monday.
Not this
So Lordship,
possible.
it's a very short point, Lordship. Pursuant to your Lordship's direction, a form was handed over to me. This is pertaining to the grant of patta and the freehold title. Lordship's order is appearing at Lordship will take up Lordship's order at page 56. Lordship. Lordship, pursuant to the scheme of the government of West Bengal, people who were migrants to India from the then East Pakistan, now the government has taken up a scheme where the freehold freehold deed is being executed in their favor. That notification is Also, annex lordship will find that notification is at page 37. This is the notification, lordship, of 2020. After careful consideration of all aspects, Governor is pleased to set out a new format of freehold title deeds as appended herewith for possessors occupying land in the colonies as approved by the state government. Lordship, I, being the only son who is residing in my father's estate where he had shifted from East Pakistan, I had duly applied. The form was initially not given to me. With the Lordship's direction dated 21/1/2022, Lordship was pleased to direct the subdivisional officer RR section Kollani to hand over the form. After due follow-up, I have been handed over the form. Immediately thereafter, Lordship, I have filed the application in due format. Lordship will kindly find that initially I sent it to the Learned District Magistrate at page 63. I had sent it to the Learned District Magistrate's office because as per me, he is the concerned officer concerned where I have to make the application. All the annexures as per format have been enclosed, everything in details. Now, Lordship will kindly take up that after several follow-ups at page 80, on 29/11/2022, the subdivisional officer writes that with reference to the above, he is informed that this office has not yet received any application from him. After he has been provided with the application format, we did this office memo number, this and this dated 16/3/22 in compliance of the order. His advocate has claimed in his letter dated 4/11/22 that his client submitted a prayer along with the said format on 23/3/22. However, prayer appears to have been addressed to the District Magistrate Nodia after going through the enclosures of the advocate's letter. No such prayer is found forwarded to this end. This was served upon me. After receiving this, for abundant caution, Lordship, this was served on me. This is letter is dated 29/11. On 7/12, Lordship, the next page at page 81.
I think before you proceed further, Mr. Day is still not available. I was thinking that while you proceed.
Lordship will be kind enough to take it up on Monday, Lordship, because I am being sent from one office to the other. This is the second round of litigation and before your Lordship. There is no order passed on my application.
A week after that. Monday will not be possible.
Okay. As you love.
5th July.
5th July. I'm grateful, deeply obliged.
The state respondents are not represented. Parag affidavit of service. The respondents are not represented. State now. The respondents are not represented. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 5th July.
Lordship, my affidavit of service may be taken. I'm deeply obliged.
Next.
Beg to appear on behalf of the state respondents.
This matter, my lord, I beg to appear for the petitioners. Here's the affidavit of service. Also, the matter relates to encroachment of PWD land and illegal construction thereon by the private respondents.
Have you served the private respondents?
Lordship.
All of them?
Lordship. Also, the petitioner made representation. The petitioners made representation before the concerned respondent state authority.
Please, sir. Yes. Representation at page?
Representation at page 21 to 23, annexure P3, Lordship.
You want this to be considered?
Lordship.
Yes. Affidavit of service. None appears for the private respondents despite service paragraph. The petitioners claim to be recorded owners of the plot and submit that the private respondents have raised unauthorized construction by encroaching upon a portion of the PWD road adjoining their plot, comma, thereby obstructing their egress and ingress. Stop. The petitioners submitted a representation in this regard before the concerned authority on 22nd April 2023, which is yet to be considered. Stop. The petitioners pray for a direction upon the authority to consider the representation at the earliest. Paragraph, it is submitted on behalf of the state respondents that the fourth respondent be directed to consider the representation in accordance with law. Paragraph, in view of the above, the petition is disposed of, directing the fourth respondent to consider and dispose of the representation submitted by the petitioners dated such and such within 3 months from the date of communication of this order, upon affording reasonable opportunity of hearing to all the interested persons, including the petitioners and the private respondent, comma, in accordance with law. Disposed of.
Obliged, Lordship.
Next.
21.
My lord, I am appearing for the petitioner.
Lord, I am appealing for the India, Union of India. We have received instruction just yesterday night. So I want to file affidavit of opposition. Complete instruction has not been yet received.
On last occasion, the matter was taken on 17th of May. There was a direction upon them to file reports, my lord.
I want to file affidavit.
A report should be sufficient.
Report has been given, but complete report, some document has not been given. Yesterday.
So come back with a report in the form of
Yes,
an
yes,
affidavit.
yes.
Yes. Learned counsel for the respondents seeks extension of time to file an affidavit, to file a report in the form of affidavit in this matter. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 19th July.
19, my lord.
19.
20 or something.
Or after 20th, very well. 24th? 24th July.
My lord, interim order to continue.
Is there a-
Yes, my lord, there's an interim order. My lord, second page, last paragraph.
It is there.
It is there.
So no further order is required.
Ultimately taken up for hearing after. Grateful, my lord. Grateful.
22.
My lord, this matter is also similar to item number 17. So, my lord, 14th July, since your lordship has fixed the affidavit of service, my lord, may be given. For the 14th July. Hold on, the 14th
Appeal
July.
pending. 14th July, all the matters are fixed. So all the matters will be out of list on 14th July.
Out of, I have for the petition.
Appeal pending.
No, appeal pending, my lord, pendency of the appeal, my lord.
And the
does not
judgment
operate as-
itself is under challenge, sir. So I cannot rely
That's
on
true, my
that
lord,
now.
but my lord, there are several authorities, your lordship knows that mere filing of an appeal does not operate as a scheme.
I
Your
know that,
lordship
but
may
it's-
grant adjournment, but thereafter.
we all know that, but
Yes,
still
yes.
I think it is prudent not to deal
No,
with it.
they will take time, my lord, in order to, they will, my lord. Some.
Mr. Bandyopadhyay, please come back with some positive result on the next date. Only appeal pending will not help.
My lord.
Affidavit of service. Since a similar issue as in the present petition has been carried in appeal before an honorable division bench, comma, the matter is adjourned. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 14th July. On 14th July. Paragraph, affidavit of service बोलना ना.
14th July.
23.
I am for the petition, your lordship.
I picked up for the Union of India.
Your lordship, the petitioner's land, your lordship, is proposed to be acquired. A letter has been given, but
Corporation of India is also a part.
Yes,
Yes,
I am
yes.
for the.
You are for the FCI?
the
Who else? The state is represented by Mr. Bandyopadhyay. There is a
24 similar matter. A similar matter. 23, 24, the similar facts are involved.
Where is your affidavit of service?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Who is appearing for the general manager, Leap Agri Logistics? You are appearing, private respondent? So all the respondents are represented, most probably. Yes.
That is perhaps difficult because the general manager has been arrayed as a party manager. So it's a company manager which has been arrayed as a party. It ought to have been arrayed as a party.
Let me.
And kindly seize my lord the prayer once.
Your Lordship, can I submit my being the petitioner?
Acquisition at the same point of time forcing the state authorities to sell the my lord, acquire the land on its behalf. Kindly seize my lord the prayer once, my lord. His land at all not been acquired by the authorities, my lord. Nothing has been.
Your Lordship, if Your Lordship, the basic question which is put into myself is, Your Lordship, can any land be acquired without due process of law? If Your Lordship,
That part he has not.
if Your Lordship kindly come to page number 34 once. That is the offer letter issued to me, Your Lordship.
In this matter, shall we take up this matter in absence of Mr. De?
24 and 23.
But they are similar matters, isn't it?
Yes.
Shall I make it not today? Because 24. You are appearing for the state.
Your Lordship, it can be not today, I can come back tomorrow. There's one day, no difficulty.
Not today.
Instead of not today, Malam, may I propose, we kindly fix a day because all the parties.
Mr. De has come. Mr. De, are you ready in this matter? Yes, place your case.
Yes, Your Lordship. Kindly, Your Lordship will come to page 34 once, Your Lordship.
Yes.
That is a letter which has been issued to me, Your Lordship. It's on the top, it says Leap India. And the subject says notice come offer letter for acquiring land for construction of FCI silo of such metric ton capacity at Shargachi Murshidabad West Bengal location. So the anticipation is not that this I have received this letter, Your Lordship, where a proposal has been given to me for acquiring of my land, Your Lordship. And if Your Lordship kindly come to the next page.
Yes.
That is a letter of award issued by Food Corporation of India to one of the private respondents to whom I have made a party to this petition.
This is with regard to utilization of the land.
Utilization. Now, Your Lordship, the question which the petitioner is asking is, there has been no provision of law under which they are going to acquire this. They've offered me a letter. The FCI has awarded someone for utilization of the land. They are going to make a warehouse over there for 50 metric ton land. I have made a representation before the FCI. The FCI is saying they are not acquiring the land. But under the provision of the 2013 Act, being FCI central government agency, if the land has to be acquired, they have to follow the 2013 Act. Without having any inch following the 2000, can they acquire? That is the question I want to put to myself. FCI is saying a private body is going to acquire your land. If that is a private public partnership as well, then that due process of law has to be followed. Nowhere it has been written that they are not going to follow the process of law.
That body cannot acquire.
Yes, that's the
Made over.
Yes. So page 34, I am not anticipating that is the offer letter they have given to me. I am not going to, my entire writ petition, the prayer also says, if you are acquiring under 2013 Act, I am willing to give up the land. They have already fixed up a price for the land, Your Lordship. And on what basis they have fixed the land, no one knows about that. And this offer letter which they are giving, and the problem is that they have already drawn the sketch map.
Kindly come to this, your lordship. Now, what the difficulty the petition is facing? They have already circulated this. Kindly come to page 62. This they have circulated among the inter village, your lordship, and 64 is the map as well. What they propose to acquire, 64 and 65.
This is the survey.
Yes, this is a survey report and 64, 65. That is a circulation that has not been officially handed over to me, but it has been circulated on the villages that they are acquiring this portion of the land, where my land also falls under that. I am only putting this question to myself that under what process they are acquiring this land. Now, after filing of this writ petition, the difficulty which I am facing is they have started covering the entire portion with brick wall, your lordship. This is a land and agricultural land. No one can dispute that. So my ingress and egress to the land has been blocked because they are saying that other land owner have given the land and we are putting a railing on that. And I just have a 6-7 feet long wall is being constructed over there. After this filing of this petition, my initial and which question?
You are agreeing to the acquisition.
I am agreed to the
The
acquisition.
land is taken, so still your egress will be blocked.
Your lordship, if they are acquiring the land under due process of 2013 Act, I have no problem. The land loser, the party, the petition has no issues in that. But they have to follow due process. Only that offer letter they have given. They are registering the land in someone else's name and they are saying the acquisition is done.
Let us hear the statement.
My lord. My lord, I am on behalf of the Food Corporation of India because of my action, my lord, all the dispute has arisen, my lord. My lord, what happened in the year 2000, June 2000, the pilot project was taken up by the government of India, so that, my lord, there is a loss of transit, the loss of food grains in the making of transit and storage, and, my lord, the transportation of food grains can be avoided. And thereafter, my lord, the pilot project was taken up for the purpose of private-public partnership, so that the, my lord, infrastructural work can be carried out for the purpose of, my lord, setting up silos. And this particular, my lord, the disputed thing is also for the purpose of construction of one of the silos, my lord. What happened, my lord, thereafter, my lord, in terms of the, my lord, the national policy of the government of India, we have entered into a private agreement with one of the concessionaire, that is the private respondent. And the, my lord, the actual act of acquisition was given to the private party, so that the private party acquires the land, and the actual project was, my lord, was built upon the basis of build, finance, operate, and own project. So therefore, my lord, the private party will acquire on our behalf. They will build the silos, they will operate, and we will make the payments for the purpose of usage of this thing. Now, my lord, what appears, my lord, from the record?
So,
My lord.
does the law permit the private
Yes, my
party
lord.
to acquire?
I'll show from the statute itself, because section 2 is quite clear on this aspect, my lord. Private partnership, my lord, private project, all are there, section 2, my lord. I'm coming to that project. Now, what is happening thereafter? Now, my lord, it appears, my lord, at least one of the two writ petitioner, the first writ petitioner was given one offer letter by the private respondent that yes, your land may be considered for acquisition, so you can come up with all the necessary papers. But thereafter, my lord, as it appears from the record furnished by the writ petitioner, his land was not acquired at all. Neither the writ petition number, first writ petitioner or the second writ petitioner or the subsequent writ petitioner, their land was not acquired. In the meanwhile, my lord, the acquisition process has been completed, notification has been published, and my lord, the construction is in the making. Now the writ petition is coming up with a prayer. No, I want to sell this property. Please acquire it. And now at the time of submission, my landed friend is coming up with a new cause. No, because of the construction, my ingress is getting hampered. I am asking this question where from the writ petition a single of such pleading is made in the writ petition that I am facing the ingress of my property, or there is no due process of law was followed. Because they are neither falling within the category of affected family nor their interested person, because their land was not at all acquired. And whether ingress are affected, my lord, that is a separate cause of action.
And you don't propose to acquire the land?
No, my lord, we do not, because acquisition has been completed, my lord. We have in principle granted them my lord, the NOC, my lord, the no objection certificate has been given to them, and the railway board, because a particular land is to be, my lord, left open for the purpose of construction of railway, my lord, track. Because it is a, my lord, the storage and, my lord, unloading of the food grains to be taken out. So the railway board has also given the NOC for the purpose of construction of railway track. So acquisition, in other words, has been completed. My lord, in no way we require any further land. So therefore, my lord, there is no such agreement with them that offer exception was completed. Now they are asking for specific purposes of contract.
Have you informed the petitioner that you don't require their land
No,
anymore?
from that I have to
Because
take.
there was an
instruction.
offer letter.
Yeah, there was offer letter
So
that was
when
not
you-
accepted, my lord. That was not accepted. Offer letter was there, but we did not accept unless an offer is
But
accepted.
you
my
have to rescind the offer once you have made an offer.
lord.
Has that been done officially?
They have annexed one letter, my lord, that from that it appears, my lord, yes, the private respondent had given them an offer, that the offer letter was given, but that has not
That
been.
is at page 34.
Yes, yes.
But then
one of
subsequently you say that you do not require the land.
that perhaps
There
the
is that
private,
communication to the petitioner.
that private respondent perhaps will answer because that job has been given to them, my lord. This particular carrying out this acquisition is given to the, my lord, the private respondent. We have only given them a responsibility to carry out this work, and actual carrying out of the work is to be done by the private respondent. And that is the agreement with them, my lord, between the FCI and the private respondent.
What does the private respondent say? Yes.
As of now, we do not have any instructions from the requirement of this type for the purpose of this. So, well, on that, perhaps I would take instruction for the purpose.
Because the FCI says that they do not require the land any further.
Yeah, because obviously, when FCI powers us the requisition as to how the property could be acquired, that is when we can proceed with it. So accordingly, whether actually, I'll be into instruction on that as well as from the corporation of whether that property of the petitioner would be required for this.
Kindly record my lord submission that the Food Corporation of India does not require that land, and the consent has, in principle, consent has been given to them for the purpose of carrying out the construction.
Yes, Mr. De.
First of all, my lord,
In the record, your lordship kindly come to page number 3031, with the Khotian number, the dag number is there, your lordship.
My lord, I can't understand, my lord, 3031 is the annex. But his statement is paragraph 3. How the statement and paragraph, my lord, the annexer will be.
With the Khotian number, your lordship. The Khotian number is matching. Dag number 771, 784 and 785.
No statement, my lord, there is no statement, what is the plot number? Now he shows, my lord, 30 and 31.
Yes, 31.
And my lord, where? My lord, his petition is not mentioned.
In any case, my lord,
Yes, the Khotian is 1266, 1267.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But no plot number. Now he shows, my lord, that there is a.
There is 31, your lordship, the plot.
Record, my lord.
Record of right is there.
Record, my lord.
771, 784, 785, your lordship.
It's not in the writ petition. That is Mr. De.
Yes, the specific dag number is not in the petition. Khotian number is only there.
And
31 is the type copy, your lordship.
my lord, very specifically, FCI says that that plot was not required for this. So, my lord, the petition is not mentioned.
Your lordship, let the FCI file a report in that format, then the entire case goes.
Submission.
Record the submission.
Your lordship, the difficult.
What you want.
Yes, so what I want is a.
Basically says, we
You have asked for acquisition of the plot in accordance with the 2013 Act
Yes, your lordship.
in terms of the offer letter issued to you.
Yes, your lordship.
So now they say that the offer letter becomes redundant because they do not require the plot.
Kindly
We
come,
record their submission.
kindly come to page 56 once, your lordship. Based on my representation, they have replied that, your lordship. That is FCI reply only. Page 56. The reply
Yes.
starts from page 75 at the top, your lordship.
Page
Page 50, next page, page 57 from the top.
7.
There's an email reply, your lordship. It says refer to your correspondence dated 11/4/2023 on cited subject address to the Secretary, Consumer Affairs, Public Distribution. It says in this regard, it is informed that the silo project at Murshid has been awarded to MS Lip Agri Logistics under DBFOO mode, that is design, build, finance, own and operate by FCI, wherein land is to be purchased by the selected bidder. Concerning FCI is not acquiring any land for the said purpose. The land to be purchased will be under private settlement with the landowners by MS Sleep Agri. Hence, FCI doesn't have any role to play in the acquisition. So they are not saying they don't need my land. This is a specific reply they have given. So let them file an instruction to that effect.
What further instruction is necessary, sir?
Your
What further instruction is necessary? He submits that it's no longer required, they do not want to acquire the land. And that is exactly your case in the writ petition.
that is my case in the
Nothing
writ
further
petition.
that remains. Isn't it? I'll record his submission. Affidavit of service.
And my lord, the oppositor is only in the first writ petition. The second writ petition, there is no such.
There has been no-
I'll deal with the second. Let me pass an order. Have you challenged the offer letter in this matter?
Yes, yes, that is under challenge. The offer letter I have challenged. In the first writ petition, because I've
Offer letter has actually not been challenged.
Nowhere I could.
You
not
have
see my-
only asked for an acquisition process.
under the 2013 Act.
What the petitioner seeks is to have the cake and eat it too. On the one hand, he seeks for compensation.
Under the 2013 Act, not under any private arrangement, your lordship.
And the entire thing is redundant because you do not require the land at all.
ইনস্ট্রাকশন আছে ইঞ্জিনিয়ারের তো দাঁড়িয়েছে আমাদের ইনস্ট্রাকশন আছে আমাদের ইনস্ট্রাকশন
It is contended on behalf of the petitioner, Paracord, that an offer letter was issued to the petitioners. Contended on behalf of the petitioners that an offer letter was issued to them by the private respondent offering monetary compensation to the petitioners for acquiring/utilizing a portion of the petitioner's land, is it for apostrophe? For construction of FCI SILO project, capital, SILO project at Sargachi, SARGACHI, Murshidabad, which was entrusted upon the private respondent. Offer letter dated 23rd November 2022. November 2022. Paragraph, learned counsel for the petitioners submits that the petitioners do not object to acquisition of their land by the respondent authorities, but such acquisition be made in accordance with the Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act, 2013, and the petitioners be paid compensation in terms of the said act, A capital. Paragraph. It is submitted on behalf of the respondent number.
My lord, food corporation.
Yes,
My lord, I have instruction to appear on behalf of Union of India as well, my lord. Nevertheless, for 1, 2, 4, 5, and my lord 9, 9, 10. 1, 2, 4, 5, 9, 10. Oh,
Respondent
no, no.
numbers.
Acha.
Nine private respondent.
My lord, subject to 1, 2, 4, 5.
She is appearing for the Union.
My lord, I had the also instance, my lord, then, my lord, two.
Food Corporation of India.
Wait,
isn't
my
it?
lord, two.
It is submitted on behalf of the
Two,
Food
four,
Corporation of
five,
India.
and my lord.
Food Corporation of India, that the process of acquisition was entrusted upon the private respondent, and the entire process has been concluded. Stop. The authority does not require the land of the petitioners or any portion thereof for the project, for the intended project, and as such, comma, the land of the petitioners shall not be required to be acquired. Paragraph, in view of the above, comma, nothing further remains to be adjudicated in the present writ petition, and the same is accordingly disposed of. Urgent certified website copy.
Twenty-three and 24, my lord, same matter, only offer letter is not.
Only I have to see the matter. Give me a minute, please.
তোমাদের রিজেকশনটা আছে 52 তে এফসি যেটা পাঠিয়েছে সেই কমিউনিকেশনটা আছে
Offer letter 24.
না না অফার লেটার নেই I'm for the petition, your lordship. It's a similar matter, your lordship. In this matter, I have got no offer letter, but at page 52, based on my representation, the reply of the FCI is there, your lordship.
Same reply, my lord. Same
Same reply.
Sir, what does the FCI say in this matter?
Page 52, your lordship, on the top. The FCI, huh? আগেরটা 24 দিয়ে দিয়েছি আগেরটা
Why did you submit the representation?
because your lordship, the map which has been circulated, if your lordship kindly come to page number 59, your lordship.
And where is your representation?
Yes, that is page number, your lordship, 42.
Page 52 is the reply to this representation.
Yes. আগেরটা না দিয়ে
Let a similar order be passed. Affidavit of service. Upon being informed that a portion of their land was intended to be acquired and utilized by the Food Corporation of India through the private respondent, comma, the petitioners submitted a representation before the concerned authority on April 2023 demonstrating that they have no objection to acquisition of the land in terms of the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, rehabilitation and resettlement act 2013. upon compensation being paid to them in terms of the said act. Stop. In reply to the said representation, comma, the petitioners were informed that the Food Corporation of India was not acquiring any land for the intended project and the project was awarded to the private respondent for purchase of the required land under private settlement with the landowners. Paragraph. It is submitted on behalf of the Food Corporation of India that the intended project has been completed along with the acquisition process. The project is also completed.
Project has been going on, my lord.
Oh,
Construction
the
is-
acquisition process has been completed.
Acquisition-
Intended project na kore, the acquisition process has been completed and the petitioners, except for apostrophe, land is no longer required for the project which is in progress. In other words, comma, the Food Corporation of India or the private respondent herein does not intend to acquire the land of the petitioners or any portion thereof for the intended project. Paragraph. In view of the above, nothing further remains to be adjudicated in the petition and the same is accordingly disposed of. Urgent certificate.
Obliged, Your Lordship.
May please, your lords. 25, my lord, may I? Submit. Start. Because there are submission of material facts, there are two civil suits pending between the parties. That has to be, my lord, being on record, you are trying to allow me.
First, my lord,
You are appearing for the private respondent. Who is appearing for the state?
first, my lord, I beg to submit item 20, sorry, serial number 20, respondent 20 should be, we shall delete, but he died. Yes.
20. Very well.
That, my lord, we are expunging, my lord. And my lord, here the issue is not of suit. Issue is, my lord, certain lands in front of our property were acquired by the state. But the record of rights are still continuing. So taking advantage of, though it has been acquired, my lord, those persons are obstructing in our aggression ingress. That is the issue. And my lord, kindly look at page 17. Applied for record in favor of government against Moja such and such. Special Land Acquisition Officer. Enclosed herewith an original application of Ghulam Rahman Khan and two others with some enclosures for correction of record of Nasipur Moja, Dag number such and such, Horiarpata Police Station. In this connection, you are requested to look into the matter and take necessary steps for mutation name of your department. That is government. Next, my lord. Now, who is assistant engineer writing to the BL and LRO for making record in favor of government of West Bengal against Moja such and such. Enclosed, please find herewith an application of such and such. In connection, he is requested to look into the matter and take necessary steps. And what our application page
What are
9,
the civil suits which are pending?
that I do not know what they had.
They are the party.
My lord.
Civil suit with regard to the quantum of land which has been alleged to have been acquired.
And my lord, we have made a
That has not been acquired. Well, lord, though it was not acquired, on the instance of the private respondents, these letters are being issued by the engineer. The state government is also party to the suit also.
be that as be, may they are obstructing in our regress and ingress.
Maybe if the suit is pending, sir, the writ
No, no,
will
there
not
is
be
no, there is no.
Please come back with the documents.
Yes, yes, well, I
And
shall find
since
it.
the state is not appearing,
It's
may
only
I
the-
request Mr. Bandyopadhyay to appear in this matter?
I shall file affidavit in opposition state.
Not
all
Not necessary at all.
No.
You can at best file the documents.
And my lord, we have made the representation before the
Let
district
them
magistrate.
come back. If the suit is maintainable, I have to find out if the writ petition is maintainable.
My lord, we are deleting item.
Serve a copy of the writ petition to Mr. Bandyopadhyay.
That's a copy. And now, my lord, I have handed.
On prayer of the petitioners.
She had.
Petitioners.
Respondent number 20,
The
we
name
are
of
deleting.
respondent number 20 be expunged from the cause title of the writ petition. Paragraph affidavit of service. Paragraph none appears for the state respondents despite service. Mr. Their appointment regular, Mr. Bandyopadhyay appointment
refuse
regular school. Copy service and direction. Paragraph challenging the maintainability of the writ petition, comma, learned counsel for the private respondents submits that a civil suit is pending between the parties in respect of the plots involved in the writ petition. Paragraph. Please submit documents on the writ petition.
But my lord, the allegation that we have suppressed and we are acting in coalition
You are
government,
also a part of the civil suit, sir. So
that
why
I do
don't you-
not know. Let them
Your
disclose.
client is a part, so why don't you come
So
back
they are
with the
disclosing.
documents?
My clients have never informed us that they are civil.
Please take necessary instructions.
Yes, yes, that.
And please come back with the
But
documents.
my lord, he is alleging that in coalition with the government engineer and LA collector, we have received, they have issued. This is not correct. It
I'm
is
not
the,
recording anything now.
it
Let
is
me
the,
see
it is
the
the headache of the government. They have acquired the
If a
land.
civil suit is pending, so this court will not intervene.
No,
So
no.
please come back with the
Yes,
documents.
yes, we shall look into what is
And
the
you
plain.
have not recorded, you have not stated about the civil suit. So
Nothing.
that is suppression of material
No,
facts.
that is they are saying. Our case is that
If you are a party to the suit, you
I
should
will,
have
that I will,
included that.
that I will take
So
instruction.
please come back.
But
Let
my
the
lord,
matter appear
the
under the
issue
same
is,
heading.
the
Civil
issue is
suits are
obstruction
pending.
in our front side.
Private respondents, civil suits
which
are
are pending?
pending. 20th July. Please come back with the relevant
20,
documents.
yes. I will ask.
And please give a copy of the writ petition to Mr. Bandyopadhyay.
I have already given. Handed up.
May I file my petition?
Department.
26.
I am grateful.
Item
Actually, what the state would have done, we have brought to the notice of this.
26 will I am for the petition order.
Mr.
This is by
Bandyopadhyay. Yes.
The petitioner was the owner of a piece, some portion of land that was acquired in the year for construction of Huldia dock. The compensation was paid, and ultimately a scheme was formulated. Those whose land was acquired, they were allotted some rehabilitation plot. If rehabilitation plot was allotted, but my name was in the list of rehabilitation settlement of rehabilitation plot, that was not given. I made representation. That was not considered. Several representation earlier moved before my lord. My lord directed them to my lord consider and dispose of that representation. That was my lord the earlier order at page 43. My lord, while considering my lord representation, my lord they admitted my lord and my name was my lord included in the list for my lord. For previous order page 43, my lord.
Yes.
Pursuant to that, my lord, the respondent number 6, my lord, took up the hearing. My lord, on 17th March 2023, my lord, the ultimate order was passed. Page 49, my lord, may I place, my lord?
Page 49. Yes.
Page 49 or 17th March 2023, my lord.
Yes.
Starts, my lord. My lord. My lord, where, my lord, the report has been filed on behalf of the special land acquisition officer Huldia
that the copy of that report, though my lord not supplied to us, my lord, it reveals, my lord, from that. Kindly have a look. As per report, it reveals that Rehabilitation Advisory Committee, Holdia, at its meeting dated 26th June 1998, decided to allot a rehab plot measuring an area of 0.04 acre in favor of the petitioner and Malor one on and of his son jointly against LA case number 81 of 97-98 at Mouja Tetulveria, Bhide award case number such and such. It is also noticed that again the Rehabilitation Committee held an meeting on 21st January 2008, that is after lapse of 10 years from the earlier meeting held on 26th June 1998. Previous meeting was such and such that next meeting was decided to allot 0.04 acre of land acre plots to any to only Nutu Vihari Samanto on the ground that the Prafullo Samanto, son of Mahesh Samanto, expired. Here I am drawing attention, they have shown that was their contention. I was expired, but it is not clear why the Rehabilitation Committee held second meeting on 21st January 2008, when already it is in its meeting dated 26th June 1998, decision had already been made for allotment of the rehab plot.
But they finally decided in your favor.
No, but ultimately, my lord,
Yes, I've seen that,
that
yes.
for ultimately, my lord, but conclusion is, my lord, no allotment has been made, my lord, in my favor. In view of page 51, my lord.
Yes.
In view of the above circumstances, I am of the view that the petitioner Prafullo Samanto has been deprived by not being allotted rehab plot till now. In spite of that, they have observed, I have been deprived till today. I am freedom fighter, 99 years old. My lord, the one plot has been allotted against my lord one land acquisition proceedings. My lord, they may took point. My lord, the plot has been allotted in my favor, in my son. My lord, that is, my lord, the in the Titulvedia Mouja. My lord, that is separate Mouja. That is, my lord, separate LA case. My lord, my case was, my lord, Devhog area. My lord, my land was, my lord, kindly have a look, and I have annexed that documents also. My lord,
But the initial allotment in your favor was also Tetulveria.
yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. But that was one. That was one of my
That
sons.
is the same LA case where you were in, your land was involved.
No, my lord, my LA case is not separate, my lord. My LA case is, my lord. LA 2 73-74, my lord, by page 24.
So how were you allotted land in 81 of 97-98? Initially you were allotted in 81 of 97-98 in Tetulveria.
Tetulveria, they wrongly included my name along with my son. That was not, that was, I have annexed that documents, my son's documents, LA case certificate, my lord, that page 46.
So this is a separate LA case?
Yes, separate LA case, my lord. Page 46, my lord, 81 of 97-98. My lord, I have been deprived, my lord, till today, my lord. They have, my lord, allotted, my lord, in several plots. In even, my lord, 2015, my lord, they have given, my lord, allotment to others, my lord. I have given the, my lord, reference in Devhog Mouja. I have given the reference of their deed. My that is at, my lord, paragraph page
You're
13, page 9.
asking for an alternative plot in Moja Devbhog.
Devbhog, yes, my lord. Since my lord, my plot was acquired from the Devbhog area.
Let us hear the state. Yes.
Possibly your lordship's order, madam, page 43.
Yes.
The municipality will have taken the gate. As it appears from the page 49, going by London and by now read. It appears that the Rehabilitation Advisory Committee Holdia, meeting with the Swatanta, decided to allow the rehabilitation for designing substances in favor of population of but that has not been implemented. Let it be decided by the rehabilitation committee.
Who is appearing for the rehabilitation?
Rehabilitation committee has not made party.
It should be the rehabilitation committee who had allotted earlier, isn't it?
Rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation committee are
Rehabilitation Advisory Committee Holdia should be implemented.
Yes,
Should
my
be,
lord. Leave may be.
yes, yes. And sir, will you represent them also?
But I have the whole dimension only. I'm only.
So not for the committee?
No.
So you have to serve and come back.
Yes,
in
yes,
that
my
case.
lord. Leave may be granted.
Affidavit of service.
Rehabilitation committee, যারা
On prayer of the
দিচ্ছে ওরা তো দেয়নি
petitioners,
আরে
petitioner, actually, leave is granted
কেন
to implement the Rehabilitation Advisory Committee, Holdia as respondent number
বুঝিয়ে দেবো পরে বাইরে গিয়ে বাইরে চলো বুঝিয়ে দেবো
7 in the writ petition. Paragraph, the cause title of the writ petition be amended accordingly. Paragraph, the petitioner is directed to serve copy of the writ petition along with annexure thereto upon the added respondent and file affidavit of service on the adjourned date. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 18th July.
Yes, ma'am. Great, ma'am. 18 July. Great.
Next. 27.
Your Lordship, 27, I am on behalf of the petitioner. This is my affidavit of service. Your Lordship, as per the service, the private respondents are not served properly due
Will
to
you serve and
insufficient.
come back?
Yes, Your Lordship.
There are several private respondents.
Your Lordship,
How many private respondents?
2 eyes. Yes.
Since service upon the private respondents is not complete, let the matter stand over till 20th July.
Lordship.
Paragraph affidavit of service.
Obliged.
28. 28 has been recorded as 3:30 PM, right?
Yes, my lord, that is appearing in the list, my lord.
এখানে চলে এলো কেন 3:30 PM থেকে তো আপনারা লিখে পাঠিয়েছি লিস্টেও লেখেন না Why is it recorded as 3:30? There are other matters also at 3:30 actually.
My lord, yes,
This is the motion stage, eh? তাহলে এটা 3:30 ছাপিয়ে দিল কেন? বলবেন? দুটো ছিল, দুটো আছে, কিন্তু এটাই নেই।
My lord, will take up the matter now, my lord.
Yes. The national highways.
National highways. my lord. Mr. Dipankar Das probably is appearing for the national highways.
Maybe he's waiting for the 3:30 because it's stated
That
3:30. Come back at
Might
3:30. Let us.
happen. 3:30.
দিদি একটু ডেকে পাঠান তো লিস্ট চেক করে ছাপিয়েছে It was not recorded as 3:30. I do
3:30,
not
yes,
know
ma'am.
why they have ডাকুন তো এক্ষুনি আসতে বলুন রাখুন 3:30 তে দেবেন because maybe he's not appearing for this. 29.
My lord, in this matter, my
Also-
lord,
I will pray for my lord adjournment because the file is not traceable, my lord. We need some time to find out the file, my lord.
On prayer of the petitioner, the matter of petitioner, the matter
to file my
is
report, my lord.
It is
29.
29.
Report in the form of affidavit submitted on behalf of the National Highways Authority of India is taken on record. Paragraph on prayer of the petitioner, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 20th July.
28.
You need a longer date.
My lord, right now I have received a copy of the report, my lord. If necessary, my lord, we will file one exception, my lord. That liberty may kindly be given.
On prayer of the petitioner, we let the matter report on prayer of the petitioner, liberty is granted to use an exception to the report if necessary.
My lord, in this matter, lordship, that main limited point should be kept in open, my lord, because I have to raise some objections. Lordship, kindly.
Let the matter appear. The issue of maintainability is kept open.
I'm great.
Great.
Next.
Thirty, my lord, I am for the petitioner, my lord. My lord, it is admitted fact that, my lord,
Copy of the report is not traceable. It's not traced.
my lord, it is admitted fact, my land has been utilized by the PWD authority. And at that juncture, they said that we want to file, we purchase the land. My lord, till date, they have not filed my lord report. My lord, considering the division when judgment, my lord, pass the water. my lord.
He is in a handicapped position today, sir.
ও অনেকবার দেওয়া হয়েছে 2-3 বার দেওয়া হয়েছে মানে বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় also মানে last occasion মানে appeared and paid time মানে kindly consider the division by judgment then pass the order.
Extensions have been granted for report. Copy of writ petition.
মানে
The petitioner is suffering.
I have served them মানে second time third time I
Why don't
also
you
served
give them an extra copy?
কবার দেবো প্রথম সার্ভিস মানে মানে নোট ইজ as a last time last chance otherwise মানে
Learned counsel for the state respondents seeks further extension of time to submit the report in the form of affidavit as called for. Paragraph as a last chance, the prayer is allowed. Mr. Bottabal, last chance. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 21st July.
grateful আমি আজকে দিচ্ছি কপি
My lord, I beg to appear for the petitioner, my lord, led by Mr. Parthapratim Roy. My lord, affidavit of fresh report has been filed today, my lord. A copy has been handed over to me, my lord.
You received the copy today.
Yes, my lord. Right now, my lord.
You want to go through it and come?
Yes, my lord, I have to go through.
Mr. Dey, please serve advance copy. We are missing a date.
Yes.
Report in the form of affidavit submitted on behalf of the state respondents is taken on record. Paragraph, copy of the report is made over to learned counsel for the petitioner in court this day. Paragraph on prayer of the petitioner, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 21st July.
My lord.
You want to use an exception?
My lord, probably it will not be required. Even then, my lord, the liberty kindly be recorded because
Taken on copy যেখানে বললাম না তারপরে on prayer of the petitioner liberty is granted to use an exception to the report if necessary. Report comma if necessary. Therefore, let the matter appear.
grateful, my lord.
For the petitioner, your lordship.
In terms of lordship, sir, lordship.
There is a direction upon the state and the national highway to submit I have received the copy from the national highway, your lordship.
That digi budget, what is it? State, Mr. You have to serve again. Mr. Shen Gupta was appearing.
Yes, on the last occasion on 8/5/2023, they have asked for time.
He is no longer in the panel, I think, so you have to serve afresh.
I'll serve your lordship.
The government leader's office.
Your lordship, only one humble submission, let the direction be there so that the new person will serve, but the report may be called for.
Report in the form of affidavit submitted on behalf of the National Highways Authority of India is taken on record. Paragraph, since there has been a change in the government panel of councils, the petitioner is directed to serve afresh upon the office of the learned government pleader and serve and file affidavit of service on the adjourned date. Paragraph. The state respondents are directed to submit the report in the form of affidavit as intended on the adjourned date. Paragraph. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 21st July.
I am for the petitioner.
36
No.
are identical matters.
I am for the petitioner.
I have filed.
So far, the first item is concerned 33. They have filed a report. May I file my exception to the
Exception?
said report? Let it be filed. A copy.
State, you're appearing. 33. Mr. Shadhu is appearing. Mr. Manoj Shadhu for the state. I'll call one by one. This is 33. Yes.
No.
Maintainability was challenged.
All four.
May I proceed with the matter?
Yes. Who is the added respondent here?
No private respondent.
Added respondent.
No private respondent. What happened?
There is an added respondent. Who is it?
No. No added respondent.
All these four.
Oh, KMDA, you are the added respondent.
KMDA is the added respondent, not private respondent. KMDA has already filed report.
State, no one. Mr. Shadhu is not there. Let me continue. Not
All
possible.
these four matters involve the same question.
Yes.
Only the plot numbers are different.
State is the answering respondent.
Yes, there is the answer because this is I have challenged the requisition proceeding.
But in this matter, state is not there.
Yes.
Shall I take up the other matters? Can you inform the state in the meantime? Mr. Shadhu is appearing. May I request?
All these four state perhaps in two matters they have filed reports. 36 here, 36 is the.
34, 35.
34 I am for the petitioner. 35 I have submitted our report.
35.
Yes, ma'am.
What about 36, 34?
36.
34.
34 there is no report till date. In spite,
Who is representing the state in 34?
I don't know.
34 din to? 34.
34 for I take it in.
34 to din to?
34 to say. No report in spite of your lordship order. On last occasion, your lordship was pleased to pass an order. This is the last chance because other reports were filed.
34, Mr. Dotto is appearing.
Govindu. So all these matters be taken up to the request to be given up.
And the maintainability issue has been challenged by the state, by you,
By the state.
by the
and
state.
Because he admittedly post district.
I will place my case. Whether I am post vesting or I am the first person. Here the position alleged.
The state has to be there. The state is the answering respondent. Let there be a date, sir, because difficult.
Here no report has been filed, though the matter is pending for a long time.
Even in the, let there be no report, but even the first matter, all the matters have to be taken up together, isn't it?
Yes.
In the first matter,
Report has been filed and I have filed.
now who has filed this report? In the first matter?
33, this is my opposition to the report or exception
This
to
is
the
the exception to the report.
report.
Report was filed earlier.
Yes, report has been, report was.
Let there be a date, please inform the state and come back in these two matters. If they still do not turn up, I'll take up the matters.
When it will be taken up?
I'll give you a date.
Yes.
36, Mr. Banerjee is filing report.
I'll take up one by one.
Oh.
33, none appears for the state respondents. exception filed by the petitioner is taken on record. Paragraph, let the matter. Or shall we are past time? So shall I make it only not today? All these 4 matters. Will you come back tomorrow?
No.
Tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Day after tomorrow. Let the date be fixed for hearing, let the matter be.
Yes, let the matter be heard, your lordship. The, no, that is not required,
The state is not there at all. So because it's past 1:15, so I thought let me make it not today. Will you come back tomorrow?
No, then the day after tomorrow, your lordship can make.
Not possible. Then I have to give a date.
Fix a date.
None appears for the state respondents. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 21st July.
No, long date,
Otherwise tomorrow.
no, tomorrow I am not coming for.
So please come back 21st July. In between it's difficult.
No, day after tomorrow, kindly.
No, not possible. Not possible.
Except that day. 21st is.
Yes.
17th.
17th July.
17th.
I'm good.
So I am concerned, my lord, I am ready.
At the same order in 35 also the state is
No,
not
same,
there.
no, I am filing exception to the report. 35.
No, 34. 34 same order. None appears for the state.
No.
34 same order.
No, there is no report, there is no
In
exception.
35, 36 by consent of the parties, I am adjourning the matters.
No, I am filing my exception to the report in matter 35.
34?
34, no
There is
report,
no
no
report.
exception.
34 কোনো report নেই কিন্তু. exception
35?
34, no report, no exception.
35?
35, I am filing the exception to the
34
report.
এ করুন. None appears for the state respondents. বলে date fix করুন.
হ্যাঁ।
35
কিভাবে দিচ্ছি? সহিংসতা দিয়ে
report নেই কিন্তু exception নেই ওটাতে। হ্যাঁ, ব্যাস। আর 35
35 exception to the report
exception
filed.
filed by the petitioner is taken on record.
Copy not served.
No, I am giving just.
By consent of the parties, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading on same date being. 36, you are filing the report.
36.
Paragraph 36, a report in the form of affidavit submitted on behalf of the state respondents is taken on record. Paragraph, by consent of the parties. You have served a copy?
No report.
By consent of the parties, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading, same date. All on 17th, all the 4 matters.
All 4 matters are.
না না হ্যাঁ প্রথম হয়ে যাবে আপনি
সরকারের হয়ে আছে স্টেটের
বলে আপনার 118 Call the rest, please.
118. Lordship, in this matter, I am praying for 2 days more time to file the report, Your Lordship. It's ready, Your Lordship. The officer will be coming on Friday, Your Lordship. Since due to my personal difficulty, I cannot.
Mr. Bhattacharya, let us wait for some time.
Lordship, kindly keep it on Monday, Your Lordship, it will be.
Monday, Tuesday will not, next week will not be possible.
Lordship,
Listen,
can see the order dated 26th April. One year is going to be passed from the filing of the street petition. For an order simpliciter directions upon the
Your Lordship, the
state happened to countersign my 20 years old timetable.
Your Lordship, that has already been countersigned, Your Lordship, but the route is now given as per the agreement, Your Lordship. In that regard, Your Lordship, we have asked us to file a report, Your Lordship, why this has been done, Your
The
Lordship.
agreement was executed in 2004. My permit is 20 years old.
Please come back. Let us see the report. There's a long gap in between, so let us see what the present report says. Learned counsel for the respondents. For the ST Jharkhand respondents, ST Jharkhand seeks extension of time to submit the report in the form of affidavit as called for. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading on 4th July.
I'm all pleased, Your Lordship.
Please serve an advance copy.
Lordship, I have.
Just 4th July.
119.
Next week it
also GS group.
Yes, the state wanted to take instructions.
Petition people applied for TCR under
Applied for?
Yes, yes.
TCR trade certificate, madam.
Coordinate bench also.
That application rejected. Madam, page 67. You'll also please to take them to consider in accordance with law. And they rejected on the ground that the associate dealership is not a bona fide dealership. Madam, that point has already been decided by the Honorable Court. I have annexed that order of the Honorable Court, madam. Page 64. Rejection is at page 67. Madam, kindly see. In order to consider to take a decision respect to petition application after careful consideration of documents submitted, it was observed that the applicant has failed to produce any document authorized as bona fide dealer of regarding direct billing invoice generation of by original equipment manufacturer in favor of the applicant in favor of Mesa AM Auto Trade Center. But that particular point has decided by the Honorable Court. In terms of the agreement executed in between the Hero Motor and the applicant, associate dealership includes bona fide dealer.
You have placed that before the authority?
Madam, we have page 64, madam, the decision. Identical issue.
Have you placed this before the authority when it was?
Yes,
taken?
madam. Madam, that judgment could not be framed, madam. That can be, madam, I am praying, madam, let the order improved may be set aside with the direction of the authority.
Revisit the issue, madam.
In terms of the order of the division, on terms of the Honorable Court. Page 64, madam.
This is also Ankur Motors. The same.
No, my lord,
petitioner.
it's a Ankur motor decided by my lord, says my lord, the Moshi Bhattacharya. My lord, this is the identical issue I am moving before lordship today, similar type of rejection. Identical rejection order. I'm banking on the decision of this honorable court, my lord. I am praying, my lord, that when the decision I don't.
দিদি ফ্যান গুলো চালাতে বলুন, গরম লাগছে তো। ফ্যান চালালে এসি গুলো চলছে না, ঠান্ডা করে দিন, গরম লাগছে। It's hot, isn't it?
Outside, my lord, unbearable.
And there is no sign of rains at all.
No rain,
No, no.
only one day rain,
That too very little.
that too little.
That will not help at all.
My lord is also avoiding us.
This year, no Kal Boishakhi is there.
There is an agreement between the petitioner and the
Yes, no, I have annexed that.
A motto.
My lord, that is, your lordship can see that agreement I have annexed. My lord, page 29. Associate dealer agreement. Here, of A Motor Auto Center. Page 29. At the top, my lord, lordship can see. Associate dealer agreement by and between Hero Motor Corp Limited and A Motor Center.
See the other way, that's kind of see.
No.
Now, who is this A Motor Center?
Set করে দিয়েছে।
The
Well, can you
petitioner
see-
is a person called Hasanuzzaman.
মানে হাসানুজ্জামান is the owner of A Motor Center.
Where have you stated that?
মানে
Where have you stated that?
মানে yes, no. मतलब paragraph 4 my
This should have been the cause title, isn't it?
मतलब proprietor से हक नहीं मतलब the petitioner is the proprietor. So you can I cannot file that petition. I have to
Let it be revisited in the light of the observation made by the
definitely.
court. Affidavit of service. The petitioner has assailed the order of the Regional Transport Officer, Nodia, passed on 17th January 2023. Turning down the request of the petitioner for issuance of trade certificate in favor of his company, being Messrs M/S AM Auto Center. Paragraph. A similar issue has been decided by a coordinate bench of this court by a judgment, by an order passed on 25th January 2022 in WPA 13 of 2022. Wherein this court set aside the order impugned therein and directed the concerned authority to reconsider the application of the petitioner within a stipulated time frame. Stop. Paragraph, upon consideration of the submission made on behalf of the parties and upon and perusal of the judgment under reference, order under reference, judgment, comma, the writ petition is reference, comma, this court is inclined to hold. This court is inclined to hold that the order impugned is required to be set aside and the concerned authority be directed to revisit the issue in the light of the judgment passed by this court earlier. Order passed by this court earlier. Paragraph, accordingly, the order passed by the Regional Transport Officer Nodia on 17 January 2023 is set aside. Paragraph, the concerned authority being the Regional Transport Officer is fifth respondent. Fifth respondent herein, comma, is directed to revisit the issue, is directed to reconsider the application submitted by the petitioner within 1 month.
ওটা 3 weeks, এটা তো ইয়ে করুন, secretary regional transport officer 4 weeks.
4 weeks. Within 4 weeks from the date of communication of this order, upon affording reasonable opportunity of hearing to all the stakeholders, including the petitioner, and in the light of the observation made by this court in the order passed on 25th January 2022 in WPA 13 of 2022. Paragraph, the decision taken by the authority shall be communicated to the petitioner within a week thereof. Disposed of which actually. Next.
May it please, Lord. My lord, I am appearing on behalf of the writ petition, Madam Lord. May be permitted to file my affidavit service. All the respondents have been duly served. They have received it, Lord.
Mr. Debra is appearing for the respondents.
My lord, appearing for on behalf of the state. Only state respondents.
What about the private respondents?
Lord, they have been
Yes, sir.
served, Lord. They have received it also. I have seen the track report, Lord. From the track report, it appears that the item has been delivered and they have duly accepted it.
Yes.
Lord, what?
No one is.
Case of accident.
Then relief should not be granted.
No,
Lord,
relief should be granted, not this forum.
Not by this.
Not
order.
this
Lord, I am coming to that, Lord. What my learned friend, Lord, what has actually happened, Lord? The struggle for survival is continuing. Even after the major accident, Lord, which took place on 23rd of July 2007. Lord, it is a very unfortunate thing. Lord, I do not use the word spoiled child. A spoiled child who is a minor, he was at the driving seat, and Lord, due to his negligence, the accident took place. And the man has become totally handicapped and injured. He
This
is
is
lying.
a accident claim case, sir. This
No,
court has to determine.
I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that, Your Lordship. Lordship will kindly, my Lord, hear me. Lord, he is totally handicapped and he is confined to bed. Now he is surviving on the, Lord, the pension of his wife who has retired last year only. Lord, it is very unfortunate that under the wrong advice, Lord, the criminal revisional application was moved. Then, Lord, a writ petition, all have been dismissed. Lord, to be very clear, Lord, I have stated so in my writ petition. Lord, one point is this, Lord. I have seen while going through the papers, the 4 times the writ petitioner and his wife came before the Honorable High Court and they were succeeded. I'm not here for succeeding in the matter. What has happened, Lord, that the general insurance company which covers the vehicle, Lord, they entered into an agreement and a compensation
of rupees 1,27,000 was given, Lord. That is, I have stated in my paragraph 11 also.
This court doesn't have.
No, I'm
determination with this
coming
compensation
to that.
at all.
Lord, yes,
Please do not mention on merits, sir.
No, I'm not, your lordship,
It's a
kindly
motor
say,
claim case.
it's the claim case, Lord, so the claim case, Lord.
Claim case, this court doesn't have
No,
determination.
I'm not,
You have to approach the appropriate forum having determination.
Lord, I am submitting one thing, Lordship, kindly hear me. Lord, the lordship knows that under 166 of the Act, Lord, lordship has been dealing with this. The claim case is to be filed within 6 months. But I found from a judgment from the Honorable Supreme Court recently that there is no limitation for that. But the statute says that it should be filed within 6 months. No claim case was ever filed. My lord, the another section is there, my lord, which deals about the compensation, says that in case of the, my lord, major injury or grievous injury, the compensation.
Sir, I repeat, this court doesn't have determination, so
lordship,
I
kindly
would
give
not
me
like to spend
only,
further
my lord,
time.
I
on
shall be
this.
beseeching your lordship. Your lordship may hold that this court has no jurisdiction to
Yes,
entertain this application with the liberty to the petitioner to approach
It
the.
will be automatically placed before the
Lordship,
forum.
no,
having-
lordship, I tell you.
Some other bench is dealing with this. Some other single bench is dealing with this matter.
Lordship, kindly, my lord, lordship,
It will be placed within 24 hours. That's the direction of the Honorable Chief Justice.
my lord, your lordship, kindly.
Affidavit of service name. The matter is released due to lack of determination.
Lordship, this matter, my lord, he has not made a prayer regarding compensation. After
Lordship.
16 years, he has to give.
He is referring to a motor accident case. Let the competent forum decide.
Competent forum, my lord, this is not competent case also, because competent forum is the trial court. What trial court? I
Lordship, no,
failed to
my lord,
distribute. MSCC trial.
MSCC appeal is dealt with by
Appeal
the.
is- My lord, I'm not trying to waste the court's time, my lord. When the statute says there is a peremptory direction that in case of a major accident, the compensation will be, my lord, for death 5 lakhs, and for just a minute, and for major, my lord, injury, it is 2,50,000. No dispute. But see, he has been given 1 lakh something. The lordship has rightly held that yes, I may seek my relief before the appropriate or before the another forum. My land friend can raise all these points before that court. That court, there is no court. I will try my. No court. High Court is the appellate authority.
So will you withdraw and approach the appropriate forum? Shall I pass such an order?
Yes, Your Lordship, kindly pass it.
Amlan, what a change. Learned counsel, affidavit of service name. Purport learned counsel for the petitioner seeks to withdraw the writ petition and approach the appropriate forum for redressal of the grievance of the petitioner. Paragraph in view of the same. The writ petition being WP such and such is dismissed for non-prosecution. Liberty is granted to the petitioner to approach the appropriate forum for redressal of his grievance. Paragraph, there shall however be no rest cause as a certified registered copy.
Much obliged, Lordship.
Next.
Much obliged.
121.
Lordship, I'm appearing for the petitioner in this
Yes.
case. I'm praying for not this week.
I am appearing in this matter, my lord. I am appearing in person in this matter, my lord.
Have you served the
My lord, I
application?
have served on 28th of May. My lord,
That
in the
one
list.
of 2023, it's appearing in the list. On prayer of the petitioner, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 21st July.
Much obliged, your lordship.
No, no.
21st July.
One 122.
Praying for?
I'm 122.
On prayer of the petitioner, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 19th July.
One 123.
Your lordship, Mr. HON'BLE is appearing in this matter for the state. Your lordship is engaged in code number 24. Your lordship, I'm praying only for not today.
Petitioner? Mr. Khan for the petitioner?
No, ma'am.
No. No one for the petitioner in this matter?
123.
No, I want 24.
Mr. Sen is here, your lordship.
Who is appearing for the petitioner? It was about to be dismissed. Adjourned on prayer of the state.
I thought
respondents.
122 has been called.
Adjourned on prayer of the state respondents.
Well, the only one thing, the subject matter of non-counter signature, I tell
Have
you.
you filed a renewal application before the Jharkhand authority?
Yes,
And it has been considered?
that has not yet been, that is kept under consideration.
Yes. You are getting some more time, madam. Please consider.
Yes, that is why, my lord,
See that, please see that it is considered by the next date. On prayer of the state respondents, the matter is adjourned. Let the matter appear under the same heading on 19th July.
19th July.
Lordship. Sufficient time for you to consider.
নিয়ে নাও instruction টা করলো কি?
Next. No, করোনা বিতরণ। করোনা বিতরণ। কেউ নেই তো?
আগে যে অর্ডারটা পড়ুন, আগে তার অর্ডার ছিল।
ভদ্রমহিলা যদি move করলেন।
টাকা ফেরত দিয়ে দিবেন, হ্যাঁ? কিন্তু ও টাকা আমরা চিঠি দাঁড়িয়েছে।
Sir, Mr. Sen is not appearing in this matter. 123. 123?
23, my lord, my clerk
An
has here, my
adjournment
lord,
was
checked
sought.
it, my lord, it does not appear from the, my lord, registry that.
But an adjournment has been sought on your ground.
Now.
Yes, just now by your junior.
123 to position, I think it's going to brief. Even, my lord, I do not
File to the
have the brief.
23, after that, 122. Mr. Devra is appearing.
Yeah.
Mr. Dev, আপনি appear করুন। আপনার নামটা রেকর্ড করে আর ওকে ওকে।
Today, my lord.
6420. Kollam 6420. I'm adjourning it today. Please come back prepared on the next day. ওনার নাম দিন।
সত্যি জানা কত জানা
No, no, no. Shokti,
124.
Well, in this matter, I'm appearing on behalf of the petitioner.
I'm for respondent number 6, Your Worship.
I'm appealing for.
Well, this matter was heard on 17th May. Kindly see the order of the court. By the way. Yes. না কিছু আপনি কিছু আপনি করেন।
Response from ওই আমার জুনিয়র নাম দিই।
Yes, so the private respondent does not want to transfer now.
Yes, because he agreed, undertakes to refund the money which was saved.
Yes,
Now
when-
he
when-
denied by the application, by representative authority also to the petitioner, that I have not received any money. Also, there is agreement of the money. And also he formed the money, he signed to form number 29th for transfer. And joint application was made before that, pending before the authority. But I could not attend the board meeting because I was in Amritsar for my personal matter. So I requested authority to place the matter in the next board meeting. Now in the next week, he placed one letter that he has informed the authority that now he is not agreed to transfer them. But he already submitted all the documents that the receipt copy is there. For this reason, my lord, the board, my lord secretary.
Is there any document showing that you have received you have paid the
Yes,
consideration money?
Yes. So I have annexed, everything is annexed. Can you see the page number?
Page number?
Page number 20. Page number 20.
20.
Page number 20, 20. With the law says, my lord, joint application, as per rule 159, joint application made by the both transferor and transferee before the authority. These applications are jointly, and the last page also signed, both parties were signed. Yes, can you see? Yes.
Where is the payment?
Payment, Malo, yes, page number 22. On judicial stamp, This is the same Gopal Josh. This is the undertaking of this is the mal version of the Gopal Josh, the response number 6.
1 lakh has been paid.
Yes.
The
And
honest
also,
money.
next page number 23. This amount, time to time, this amount was 1,20,000, 3 lakh, 50, total 5 lakh. He received at the site, my Gopal just signature, receipt. Thereafter, my lord, after receiving that, thereafter he made an application again before the authority to transfer of the ownership. Page number 24, 25, page number 25, page number 26, form number 29. Transfer of the ownership of the vehicle signed, Gopal Josh. Page number 27. After receiving that, then secretary asked to appear before the active board meeting. After receiving all those documents, page number 41. Page number 41. After receiving all the documents, then secretary asked to the Rabindranath Das, that petition as well as the private respondent on 27th March.
Yes.
But I was not available from 22nd March to 4th April. I annexed all these documents. Therefore, decision was taken, page number 42. Both parties, both transfer and transfer absent. Serial number 11.
Yes, yes.
Now, my lord, I made the representation before the authority, page number 44. Page number 44.
Yes.
Including, my lord, I have annexed all these documents that I was in Amritsar on the day, because I have started from my traveling from to 22nd March, page number 45. And up to, my lord, 2nd April, I was New Delhi. For this reason, request the authority to place the matter in the next board meeting. This is my case. So let them direct the authority to take decision in accordance with the law after hearing both parties, because all the documents were placed before the authority.
Now the private respondent does not intend to
He will say
transfer.
that because he has submitted all these documents, been the money. Because in the last token, I agreed also to pay the.
Let us hear the private respondent.
Yes, sir. Because he already undertakes that I am ready to refund. I have also recorded the order.
May I please, Your Lordship? My lord, before I say anything in my submission, I would like to draw your lordship's kind attention to page number 25 of the writ petition, the annexure.
Yes.
Allow me to read it out. আমার বিনীত নিবেদন এই যে শ্রী গোপাল চন্দ্র যশ পিতা দাশরথী যশ ইসলাবাজার শ্রীপল্লী পূর্ব বর্ধমান 713-103 তাহার বাসী রক্ষণাবেক্ষণের দায়িত্ব আমাকে দিতে ইচ্ছা প্রকাশ করায় আমি তার দায়িত্ব নিতে সম্মত হইয়াছি। সেই কারণে শ্রী গোপাল চন্দ্র দাস আমার নামে উক্ত পারমিট নাম পরিবর্তন করিতে ইচ্ছুক। This portion is there is no problem with that. Now the story begins, my lord. অতএব মহাশয় পূর্বক পিটিএস এর নম্বর 7 হইতে শ্রী রবীন্দ্রনাথ দাসের পরিবর্তে আমার নাম যাহাতে নথিভুক্ত হয়। My lord, who is this Rabindranath Das? I am Gopal Josh. না হয় তাহার ব্যবস্থা গ্রহণ করিয়া বাধিত করিবেন। আমি অঙ্গীকার করিতেছি এই নাম পরিবর্তনের জন্য আমাদের মধ্যে কোন রকম অর্থ আদান প্রদান হয় নাই।
So far the permit is concerned, permit cannot.
আমি কেবল বাস ক্রয়ের জন্য অর্থ প্রদান করিয়াছি। So my lord,
cannot be sold. Only, my lord, sorry, permit cannot be sold.
One who seeks equity must come up with clean hands. That is what the law says. My lord, thereafter, I have received a letter from my learned friend, to be more precise, from the clerk. My lord, allow me to proceed before your lordship. My lord, I'm afraid this is little marked. I think this is very important, my lord. It is lordship. My lord, I have highlighted the amount at the top and the bottom.
Yes.
Totally different. Absolutely different.
61 lakhs was paid, isn't it?
My lord, the amount what he is demanding, he is not sure how much he is supposed to receive.
My lord, I have my details.
Of what you have paid, sir. So why don't you refund the amount?
I'm telling your lordship, I have something more to say. This is only the half truth, my lord. The original truth that what is running behind the curtain is this. Actually, this amount was given, the amount at all that has been stated, it was given in lieu of the gold ornaments. It is not about the vehicle. My lord, this is a situation when the private respondent number 6, whom I am appearing, was almost in his deathbed. Luckily, he got survived. At that point of time, my learned friend, portraying himself as a friend, approached to my better half, asked for the gold deposit, and exchange of that, he gave the money. Now, the particular lady, the wife, was not that literate, my lord. Kindly appreciate, my lord, the part. These things are taking place in a village. So, my lord, it can easily understand the woman's understanding at that point of time. Even if she was educated, the lady who was almost, restless about her husband, was forced to sign on a piece of paper. My lord, so far as the gold ornament is concerned, that has been quietly suppressed. Later, when the thing has come to limelight, the petitioner recovered from the illness. At that point of time, it was said that since you are not able to pay that amount, the gold ornament will not be refunded to you. I'm going to take over the vehicle and the permit.
What steps have you taken, sir, against this?
My lord, the first thing that we have done, we have communicated the RTO that we are not agreeable to transfer. Number one. Number two, the said vehicle is lying in the possession of my friend, my lord. Now he had been using it without my authority, without my authorization. How a person can use that?
Different cause of action altogether. What steps have you taken again?
My lord, we have intimated to the concerned RTO.
For submission to the present writ petition. Gold ornaments and all, they are all separate cause of action. You should have taken steps, which you have not, I understand.
No, my lord,
Till
it
till
took
now.
time. Yes, my lord. I will be very candid with your lordship.
SL this page 22, which is a stamp paper on which you admit taking
My lord,
that
thank you, my lord. I will express my deepest respect to that. My lord, that page number 22, that is the most important thing. The signature of Gopal Josh has been forged. We are challenging it. My lord, I have already suggested my client to file a complaint in respect of this. It has come to, as we were going through the paper, we got to know about this. And we have already intimated, I have already intimated my client.
of 2022 has not been challenged till.
My lord, it is only after, that point.
I am afraid the writ petitioner will succeed in this case.
My lord,
I don't think you have a
these things are to be ascertained. My lord, I completely agree to that. He has, my client has woke up late. That is for sure. My lord, still, this is a civil dispute, my lord. So far as the quantum of money is concerned, so far bringing half truth in the writ petition is concerned.
Civil dispute if you would have taken steps by now. That has not been done by you.
My lord, even that.
In June 2023, you cannot show a piece of paper, a scrap of paper that you have taken any steps whatsoever. Nothing. It is only after the writ petition was filed that you have
My
come
lord,
up with
it is
all
only
these,
after the writ petition. I
should say stories.
Yes, my lord.
So in this writ petition, I don't think anything. On the basis of this document alone, you have to refund the amount.
My lord, there is one more thing
Steps
to.
if you want to after.
We have already intimated our facts to our learned friend by way of a letter. My lord, that is the reason I think pressing affidavit in opposition is required.
Is that very relevant in this matter?
My lord, my lord, this is something to deal with the permit.
He refused to pay, but I have no receipt.
That particular permit is that particular.
Any step taken by you prior to filing of this writ petition?
My lord, I have intimated the concerned RTO. They will take appropriate steps. That is the thing what I've done, your lordship.
Is required to be taken by the RTO at all because you have refused to.
My lord, he had been using my vehicle and I have.
The vehicle is in your possession?
Yes,
Yes,
because
your
vehicle
lordship.
was sold, handed over.
Moreover, the one more thing, my lord, the particular vehicle was taken on finance. I have been paying to the finance company as well.
Thereafter, he signed about 2930 for transfer.
How can a vehicle which has been taken on finance
taking the full
be
money.
taken away private respondents.
Provisions. They are
My
all
lord,
provisions
that
you
is,
need to pay. That's an agreement between both of you. It's
my
not
lord, moreover,
unlawful law.
my lord, this so far as the permit is being concerned, my lord, let the RTO take appropriate decision in this regard.
Now. How long will you take to refund the amount, the money? 61 lakhs.
My lord, I have to take instruction, my lord. Whatever instruction that has come to me, I have placed before your lordship.
You have received 61 lakhs.
Yes. My lord, the amount is also not very clear, my lord.
It is
The
absolutely
amount, my
clear,
lord,
sir. Your signature
my lord,
also.
your lordship, that is the reason, my lord,
find anything which is not
I'm submitting on oath, my lord. I want to approach before the civil court for this. I want to approach before the civil court for this.
This is June 23. You have not approached. till
Yes, my
date.
lord. I completely agree to that part. Yes, there had been it has been.
So
It is time barred. But my lord, should the court
Please tell
decide?
me time, then you can refund the amount.
My lord, let me come up with the instruction because I have, my lord, the petitioner, I mean, the private respondent has just recovered. Upon getting this information, these things have come up. So, my lord, I have to take instruction.
For learned counsels for the parties. The private response, Mr. Devra, I don't think you have to add. You don't need to add anything at this stage. It's between the private.
No, it's a
respondent-
private dispute, totally private dispute is concerned. I am only submitting my lord regarding considers transfer of permit is concerned. Ownership of the vehicle as well as permit, my lord, that has to be done by the RTA in their special meeting.
The private respondent has refused to transfer
Refuse to
now.
transfer. Then, my lord,
So the RTO has nothing, no role to play at the moment.
no role to play at the present moment.
The private respondent who intended to transfer the vehicle in question in favor of the petitioner intended to transfer and petitioner for which a joint application was filed by the parties before the respondent authorities on 23rd February 2023. Stop. The said application was turned down by the authority in a board meeting held on 27th March 2023 as the proposed transferor and the transferee failed to appear before the authority on the relevant date. Stop. Subsequently, the private respondent has
Problem 6.
filed an application before the concerned authority on 27th March 2023 stating that he does not intend to transfer the vehicle in question in favor of the petitioner. Stop. The petitioner seeks, the vehicle is admittedly in possession of the petitioner till date. The petitioner seeks refund of the consideration amount paid by him to the private respondent to the tune of rupees 61 lakhs. Paragraph. Declaration
6 lakh
made
10,000.
by and between the petitioner and the private respondents on 28th March 2022 demonstrates that consideration for transfer of the vehicle was decided at rupees 62 lakhs.
62 lakhs.
and lakhs, out of which 61 lakhs has been received by the rupees. 61 lakhs has been received by the private respondent.
Well, not 61 lakhs, 6,10,000.
Yes, my lord. Page 22, my lord.
Oh,
6,10,000.
oh, it's 6 lakhs 20.
Wait, it, I'm
Oh,
six
I'm
lakh
adding a
20.
zero to it, right?
বলবো তো আমার একটু বেশি দাম।
The 6,20,000, 62 na. 6,20,000, out of which 6,10,000 has been received. এর আগেটা 62 বলেছেন, ওটা 6,20,000 হবে। 62 যেটা বলেছে, ওটা 6,20,000. Out of which 6,10,000 rupees 6,10,000 has been received by the petitioner from the private respondent. Paragraph: learned counsel for the private respondent seeks to take instructions as to the time within which he may be able, the private respondent may be able to refund the said amount to the petitioner. Paragraph: let the matter appear under the same heading on 17 July.
Grateful, Your Lordship.
বিপ্লব।
6,20,10. By the private respondent from the petition. Yes, next.
My lord, one more thing I was just thinking, my lord, liberty may be also be granted in this, during this pendency, liberty may also be given to us so that we can approach before the civil court, since the amount is at
That
dispute.
liberty is not necessary. The law gives you the liberty.
I'm grateful, Your Lordship.
125.
Well, in this matter, I am for the petitioner. The petitioner has challenged the resolution adopted by the regional secretary, regional transport authority, Purva Bardhaman.
Respondents, your appeal.
Purva Bardhaman, while revoking my counter signature in respect of a permit, my lord.
Yes, sir, affidavit of service.
Matter was initially taken up on 19th May, my lord. And this is the affidavit of
Then the petition, the respondent.
respondent. Yes, yes. This is the affidavit of service, ma'am.
Yes, please place your.
Yes, ma'am. Lordship, in this matter, the petitioner is the holder of a permanent stage carriage permit, my lord, issued by the Regional Transport Authority, Birbhum, my lord. And initially, he made the application that is at page 33. Lordship, kindly come to page 31, annexure P1. This is the representation, and it was enclosed with the application. The application was submitted on 20th September
The permit
2020.
has not been granted.
Yes, yes, my lord. The permit was granted, my lord. It was countersigned, lordship. Lordship, kindly come to page 40, lordship. This is the resolution of the Regional Transport Authority, Birbhum, my lord, while allowing my prayer. At the top, my lord, the serial number 19, Arindam Ghosh, the petitioner before your lordship. He made an application for grant of permit from Kinnahat to GHOSH Kora. And the route alignment is mentioned therein. And last is the resolution discussed and allowed subject to submission of class fee timetable and countersigned by the concerned district, my lord, because the route is inter-regional route, my lord. So counter signature of the counterpart is unnecessarily required, my lord. And thereafter, lordship, the offer letter was given to the petitioner, that is at page 42. And in terms of that offer letter, my lord, the offer letter was given on 6th April 2022, my lord.
Yes.
And the next page, the views for class fee timetable was shot from the concerned association, my lord. Although there was no such provision under Motor Vehicles Act, my lord, but the secretary, they are doing so. We are also obliged to that provisions, and thereafter, my lord, the petitioner in page 44, petitioner made a representation before the authority for issuance of permit. Page 44, annexure P5. They kindly issue the permit because he has already purchased the vehicle, lordship. And petitioner paid the permit fee as well as the counter signature fee, that is at page 46 and 47.
And page 48 is the important document, my lord, annexure P7. Here, my lord, the Secretary Regional Transport Authority, Birbhum, wrote a letter to the Secretary Regional Transport Authority, Purva Bardhaman, that counter signature of permanent permit being PSTP number such and such in respect of bus number such and such for the route Kirnahat to Guskora via Nanur, STAN Hospital, Bolpur and Bhedia. On the above noted subject, part A and part B of the above permit.
Permit has been issued.
Yes, my lord. The permit has been issued, my lord. The permit has been issued. Timetable was also issued, my lord, and it was countersigned. Lordship, kindly come to page 60 of my application. Read application, my lord. Annexure P9. The permit was given and the counter signature, that is at page 51, Lordship. At the end. Page 50 is the permit, page 51 is the counter signature.
Page 60 is
No,
the
sorry, my
permit.
lord. Page 50 is the permit, page 51 is the counter signature.
Yes.
And the part B was also countersigned, that is at page 52. Now, your lordship, the timetable which was granted by the RTA Birbhum, my lord, that was subsequently extended by the concerned authority. Now, my lord, what happened? The cause of action for moving this writ application, lordship, kindly come to page 58, annexure P13. This is the notice. The notice was issued by the Secretary Regional Transport Authority, Purva Bardhaman. It was addressed to Arindam Ghosh, the writ petitioner, and the second and third name is Shagor Rai and Siddhartha Shankar Rai. I don't know who are they, my lord. No description was given in the said notice. Nothing was mentioned whether they are holder of any permit or they are.
They appeared before the authority.
Yes, my lord. I have appeared before the authority. Authority has decided the issue. Now, lordship, kindly come to the subject. Hearing notice in connection with the time in connection with the table related matter. Probably this will be the timetable related matter, and the timetable dispute of permit number such and such, that is the reference. In reference to the above, on some complaint against the above timetable, you are hereby directed to appear with relevant records at the hearing will be conducted on 24th February 2023 at 3:30 p.m. at the office chamber of the undersigned in the aforesaid matter. So, my lord, in terms of dispute of timetable, I was asked to appear before the Secretary Regional Transport Authority, Purva Bardhaman, my lord. And next page is the decision. It was a handwritten decision, my lord. Although it was adopted on 24th February 2023, but it appears that the same was signed on 24th March. That is the last page, the signature was made. And I have annexed the typed copy of the same, my lord. You should kindly come to 61A.
Yes.
Yes, my lord. I am placing the same. Both the parties appeared before the hearing. Permit holders was asked to submit the copy of the resolution upon which he runs the vehicle. The permit holder failed to produce the same and submitted the offer letter issued by the Secretary RTA Birbhum. From the hearing, it primarily appeared that the NOC for the permit on the part of the Purva Bardhaman district was not taken into consideration. Also, the timetable issued in this regard had not been shared earlier to the Regional Transport Authority Purva Bardhaman at all. As a result, the agitation raised amongst the operations of the district. Hence, the permit holder, Shri Arindam Ghosh, is directed to submit the following documents at an earlier date. The letter issued by the Secretary RTA Birbhum to Secretary RTA Purva Bardhaman for NOC to grant the state permit as per the provisions of law. Copy of NOC, if any, issued by the Secretary RTA Purva Bardhaman on behalf of the said letter. Copy of minutes of the RTA board meeting of Birbhum in which the permit was granted. These are the three documents they have asked for. And thereafter, after receiving the same, the records of the RTA Purva Bardhaman will be checked and reconciled. If found correct, then the permit holder will be requested to submit the timetable for whole route, which will be notified from this end. And if any objection be received from any operator, the same will be disposed accordingly. That's up to, there is nothing, my lord. And the next part, my lord, after completion of the stated steps, as mentioned in the pre-page, the bus of the permit holder will be allowed to run in the jurisdiction of Purva Bardhaman district. So, my plying is held by cattle. And hence, the permit holder is hereby directed to comply the same and from only the area and ply only in the area of a Birbhum district and not to run in the area jurisdiction of Purva Bardhaman district until compliance of the above stated order. The counter signature done in the permit is also hereby revoked in this regard. Any violation of the order will be treated seriously.
The earlier paragraph says you can run only in Purva Bardhaman.
Yes, my
The
lord.
subsequent paragraph says you can run only in Birbhum.
No, my lord, there was a typographical mistake. I have to only, because it appears from the handwritten, that is at page 61, my lord. Hence, the permit holder do hereby directed to comply with the same seriously.
The order also says so.
Yes, sir.
Contradictory.
Yes. And not only contradictory, my lord.
It's not a typographical mistake.
My lord, this particular authority, they have signed the document. They have countersigned.
That they have revoked.
Yes, that was
Purva
ultimate.
Bardhaman has revoked, isn't it?
Purva Bardhaman has revoked.
But in the earlier paragraph, they say you can run only in Purva Bardhaman.
Purva Bardhaman.
Second paragraph, they say you can run only in Birbhum and not Purva Bardhaman.
Yes.
So let the authority clarify.
My lord.
Mr. Sen, there is a blatant contradiction in the order itself.
Contradiction.
Please come to page 61.
Yes, type copy 61A.
No, I'm going through the original order itself.
Original
order. The first paragraph says petition permit will be allowed to run in the jurisdiction of Purva Bardhaman.
It starts at page 59.
Yes, the relevant portion.
Relevant portion, Lordship.
Page 61. Please
Page
come to the first and the second paragraph. They are absolutely contradictory.
After the compliance.
Yes.
After compliance of the stated steps as mentioned in pre-pages, the bus of the permit will be allowed to run in the jurisdiction of the Purva Bardhaman. Okay.
Next paragraph.
Hence, the permit holder is hereby directed to comply the same and to run only in the area of Birbhum district, not to run in the area jurisdiction of Purva Bardhaman district until the compliance. Counter signature done in the permit is also hereby revoked in this regard.
In the first paragraph, you say that he can run only in Purva Bardhaman.
Yes.
In the second paragraph, you say he can run only in Birbhum and not in Purva Bardhaman.
Yes.
So which is correct?
Because the permit issuing authority is Birbhum.
Yes.
Permit issuing authority is Birbhum. And the counter signing authority is Purva Bardhaman.
But the first paragraph
Now,
says he can ply only in Purva Bardhaman.
No.
The first, yes.
First, yes. Kindly, my lord,
Allowed to run in the jurisdiction.
this is the
Purva Bardhaman.
continuation from the earlier sentence.
Yes.
Earlier sentence subject to page 60.
The sentence ends there.
The same will be disposed accordingly after compliance of the stated steps. So steps that are mentioned in page number 60. It starts hence. It starts hence, my lord, at the top. The paragraph starts hence.
In page
Hence.
61?
Mother 60, page number 60. Preceding page number 60. Part of his order, page number 60. It starts hence at the top. Hence the permit holder. Have you also got it, my lord?
Yes, is
Hence the this is the continuation. Hence the permit holder, that is Sri Arindam Ghosh, is directed to submit the following documents at an early date. These are the documents he is directed to submit. And which are the documents? Letter issued by Secretary RTA Birbhum to Secretary RTA Purva Bardhaman. That means the permit issuing authority is to issue a letter to the countersigning authority for that NOC, no objection certificate.
These are all right.
Now coming, Lordship, coming. Then copy of NOC if any already issued. Then these are all the direction to be followed. Then thereafter which will be notified from this end. Then only this will be notified from the end of the RTA Bardhaman, Purva Bardhaman. If any objection be received from any operator, the same will be disposed accordingly.
Yes.
If any. Then
Over, yes.
after compliance of the stated steps, that means after compliance of the steps to be taken as per direction in the earlier page, after compliance of the stated steps, as mentioned in pre-pages, very clear, the bus of the permit will be allowed to run in the jurisdiction of the Purva Bardhaman district.
Right.
Otherwise,
Now he can fly only in Birbhum.
yes, yes, because unless, my lord, if you also allow me to say why this is, my lord, in terms of, my lord, section 88, I think subsection 1 possibly, my lord, there is a provision for, my lord, counter signature.
Yes.
Section 88, possibly 1.
Counter signature was granted and then
Now.
revoked.
Now, and it should be read with Rule 103 of the West Bengal Motor Vehicles Rules, where, my lord, the provision is there that before granting any permit in an, my lord, intra-region route, that means covering 2 or more districts, then, my lord, both the RTA should meet at a joint conference. And now it has been, my lord, stated by this honorable court that joint conference does not mean that at a single sitting, both should take the, my lord, the decision. One can take a call earlier, then other can be approved the same afterwards, but that means that the joint conference, my lord, it has been decided by the division bench of our High Court. Now, and unless and until, my lord, the RTA Purva Bardhaman is satisfied with the, my lord, the queries raised by him, he said that you can ply your vehicle within the jurisdiction of the permit granting authority. Permit ta kothay? Permit ta kothay? 50.
Do you want to add anything to this?
Yes, my lord.
Do you want to add anything to this?
Yes, my lord.
This is said, let him complete. Let learning council complete. Yes.
So far as the application is concerned, my lord, according to section 69, I have to make an application where the major portion of the route falls.
Yes.
In terms of that section, my lord, I've made this application before the Regional Transport Authority, Birbhum. Now, my lord, Regional Transport Authority, Birbhum, after considering all aspects, they have issued that permit, my lord, by way of a board resolution, which is the quasi-judicial authority, my lord. So the Regional Transport Authority, Purva Bardhaman, being the counterpart of the said permit, my lord, they have no authority to raise any doubt with regard to that quasi-judicial decision taken by the Regional Transport Authority, Birbhum, because nowhere in the said notice or anywhere it was stated that the grant was made illegally or any objection was raised that the counter signature, that Rule 103 formulation was not followed by the authority. There was nothing. Only the notice was given that there was certain timetable
Have you
dispute.
submitted these documents before the authority?
But at that point of time, I don't have, because the authority giving the notice that you come with the timetable, this is a dispute of timetable. So I'll come with the timetable and all other things. Well, now at that point of time, they have raised that you have to produce those documents, otherwise your counter signature is hereby revoked. They didn't give me any opportunity to produce that. You produce within 5 days, 7 days, then I will take the decision. No such opportunity was given. And second thing is, my lord, whether the Purva Bardhaman authority has any authority to decide the dispute of timetable. Lordship, kindly come to Rule 119 of the West Bengal Motor Vehicles Rules. Who is the appropriate authority?
Countersigning authority doesn't.
Yes, my lord. Permit granting authority is the authority. If any sort of timetable dispute was raised by the other operators, I don't know in which route they are plying, because in this route I am the only one operator. There was no other operators, my lord. And the resolution, it doesn't say that the objectors they are plying in such and such route. There was any indication regarding clash of timetables or any other things, my lord. And in terms of Rule 119 of the Motor Vehicles Rules, my lord, in all cases of dispute in respect of timetable for stage carriage on a route, the decision of Regional Transport Authority granting permit or the officer authorized under the rule shall be final. So, my lord, in my case, the Regional Transport Authority, Birbhum, is the permit issuing authority. So they ought to have raised any objection before the Regional Transport Authority. So Birbhum, my lord, I am challenging the authority of Secretary Regional Transport Authority, Bardhaman to adopt such a decision without giving any opportunity to me to file those documents in a specified date, my lord. They have simply asked me for disposal of my objection with regard to timetable, and they have revoked my counter signature. Although the same officer, he has granted the counter signature.
That's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Singh.
My lord, kindly have a look at my lord, section 88, subsection 3. The countersigning authority is not akin to, but just to act as a post office. If your lordship kindly come to section 88(3), a
Yes.
regional transport authority, when countersigning the permit, may attach to the permit any condition which it might have imposed if it had granted the permit, and may likewise vary any condition attached to the permit by the authority by which the permit was granted. So power is, my lord, same. Permit issuing authority is power and the countersigning authority is power, my lord, is same. Same power. While, my lord, considering the, my lord, that issue with regard to the, my lord, countersigning a permit, when the original permit issuing authority is, my lord, the other authority, other district, then the countersigning authority has, my lord, same power to look into all the aspects and all the power as, my lord, hold by the permit issuing authority. And lordship kindly also come to 84. The provisions of this chapter. Chapter means, my lord, this chapter, my lord, contains the regarding application of permit, consideration of permit, grant of permit, revocation of permit, all in this chapter. This chapter, the provisions of this chapter relating to grant, revocation and suspension of permit shall apply to the grant, revocation and suspension of counter signature of permits. So it has authority. It has authority.
And you have called for certain documents from the petition.
Yes, yes. Now, what is the difficulty, my lord? Let him, if he does not possess right now, then let him, my lord, write to his permit issuing authority. Maybe that he has no such document right now, then he may say that these documents, I do not possess these documents. These are the part of the records of the permit issuing authority. So
These
you
are
may
all-
verify this.
These are all official documents. They can call for the same. These are all
I am not on that.
interdepartmental correspondence.
3 gives them the authority.
But they
the
have
countersigning
authority.
My lord,
Right
section
to ask.
83, what it states, my lord, it states the regional transport authority, when countersigning the permit, may attach to the permit any condition which might have imposed if it had granted the permit. So it has already countersigned my permit.
That power is always
Yes, my
continued.
lord, if at the
As
time
per
of
the-
counter signature, they can raise any point.
As per the General Cause Act, when the power is under the statute, always continues.
Can you submit the documents within 7 days for the authority?
Yes, my lord.
I can direct the authority to deal with it within 2 weeks
Yes.
thereafter.
Yes,
Yes? That will resolve the problem.
yes.
This particular resolution should be set aside, my lord.
No,
Otherwise,
then
if it
all,
stands, my lord, they will not.
then
do
always
anything.
go.
And if they want, they can ask for the same document before the regional transport authority, Birbhum, my lord.
They have
That
already
will be-
asked for documents.
Because
from
they
you,
are the original
and they
custodian of
are
documents.
entitled to ask. So please file documents before the authority within 7. You have the document.
Yes, yes, my lord. I have annexed all those documents in the
Yes.
writ petition, my lord.
That's what you've shown. So
Yes.
please submit them before the authority
Yes, my lord.
and let them decide within 2 weeks thereafter.
Within 2 weeks. No, within 2 weeks, my lord, everybody is busy. Lordship knows that because of panchayat election. After 15th, any day, because I think, my lord, all the officers, my lord, because I personally, my lord, interact with them, I know them, my lord, because
Till such consideration, lordship, kindly allow me to ply for the entire route, my lord. Otherwise, my vehicle
How
will be.
can you apply it without the permit? in the
Lordship,
entire-
kindly set aside this resolution, my lord, because it states that.
Or, my lord, I am not on that. I leave it to your lordship with regard to the, my lord, the period to be given for that consideration. I leave it to your lordship.
Let it be 2 weeks.
Yes.
Let them.
Yes, yes, yes.
And let the consideration be done by the regional transport authority board, my lord. The secretary has no power. Section
Cable.
88.
Cable.
The-
For 11,
This is
Section
the-
883, that
the,
regional transport authority, my lord, not the secretary.
Power,
The regional transport officer who has done it.
yes. Power has been delegated. All these power, my lord, regarding timetable,
The board, it will take more time, isn't it?
yes, power is delegated.
Board has to
Let secretary give that.
হবে না তো 2 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে।
heard learned counsels for the
তাহলে।
parties.
কন্টেম্প করবো স্যার? তবে না তো? আমার তো হবে।
The
আমার তো কন্টেন্ট হয়নি আজ অব্দি। আমি অফিসারদের আমি
order passed by the regional transport officer, Purva Bardhaman,
মানে বাড়িতে বলে আসতাম আজকে রাত্রে ফিরব না, সেও তো স্কোপ নেই।
revoking the counter signature in the permit of the petitioner on 24th March 2022 is assailed in the writ petition. Paragraph, learned counsel for the petitioner submits that since the countersigning authority had countersigned the permit earlier, he had no authority to revoke such counter signature subsequently. Per contra, comma, learned counsel for the respondents through the affidavit of service. Learned counsel for the respondents. Places reliance on section 88 within bracket 3 of the Motor Vehicles Act 1988 and submits that a regional transport authority, when countersigning the permit, has the authority to attach any condition to the permit which might have been imposed by the permit granting authority the countersigning authority is also entitled to vary any condition, VARY, any condition to the permit granted by the permit issuing authority. Paragraph. It is not in dispute that offer letter that pursuant to an application made by the petitioner for grant of stage carriage.
Yes, madam, stage carriage.
Stage carriage inter-region permit, comma, offer letter was issued in favor of the petitioner by the secretary, comma, RTA Birbhum on 6th April 2022. And upon compliance of all requisite formalities by the petitioner, comma, permit was granted in his favor on 28th November 2020. Please check the date.
Yes, yes.
28th November 2022, which was Stop. By the order impugned, comma. There were objections by other persons, isn't it?
Yes, my lord.
Where is that document?
That is, they kindly come to page 58, lordship. The notice says that there were certain objections. No such copy was given to me.
The order impugned ಕೆಟ್ಟಿದೆ. The Secretary RTA Purva Bardhaman issued notice upon the petitioner and two others. On the ground that some complaint was received against the timetable of the petitioner by the authority. Stop. Hearing was conducted by the concerned authority and by the on 24 by the concerned authority on 24th February 2023 and by the order impugned passed on 24th March 2022. Hearing 2023 and the
Yes.
order 2022.
That is also non-application of mine.
Wait, take it. Hearing was held. Hearing was. Hearing was conducted by the authority. Concerned authority and by the order impugned passed on 24th March 2022, comma. The authority directed the petitioner to submit certain documents and pending verification of the said documents, comma, the counter signature granted in favor of the petitioner was revoked. Stop. Paragraph. It is submitted on behalf of the petitioner that the petitioner shall submit the documents stated in the order impugned before the concerned authority within 1 week from date.
Yes, yes, within 7 days.
Paragraph. Learned counsel for the respondents submits that upon receipt of the documents submitted by the petitioner, comma, the concerned authority, comma, being the fifth respondent. Fifth respondent.
কত নম্বর রেসপন্ডেন্ট বার কর 4 নাকি 5
Fourth is Birbhum, it should be fifth.
I shall submit the document before the 7th respondent. The secretary regional transfer Purva.
Let him consider.
yes yes
The seventh respondent
এতগুলো কাকে কাকে পার্টি
be directed to
সবাইকে তো
consider the
ওর তিনটে হয়ে গেলেই তো হয়ে গেল 6টা। হ্যাঁ ছুটাবে এখান থেকে
Same. In accordance with law. Paragraph. In view of the above, the writ petition is disposed of with liberty to the petitioner to submit the documents referred to in the order impugned within 7 days from date. Stop. The seventh before the seventh respondent, the seventh respondent is directed to verify/consider the said documents and take necessary consequential steps for countersigning steps with regard to
The
counter signature in
with
the
with
file.
regard to the disposal of his prayer for counter signature because he has to take a decision first.
With regard to counter signature in the permit of the petitioner as well as there is a dispute with regard to the timetable also. As
Yes.
well as the timetable.
That will be done by the original permit issuing authority.
The objection is before this authority.
They can forward the same before the RTA Birbhum, my lord. That is a policy, my lord.
That is,
Because if the
there is
grant
no
was made by the STA and if the regional transfer authority operator of RTA.
The
have
law
to re-
does not say so. The countersigning authority also has the right to
Yes.
vary the conditions of permit.
At the time of grant, my lord, because the grant was made,
Oh,
not
that
it was issued, my lord. Grant and issue are different, my lord.
This will be a fresh grant now.
No, my lord,
Since it has been revoked.
permit at the time of grant of permit, that is the board's decision, my lord. And after that, offer letter was issued. And after
Comes from
production of,
Section 88(3).
yes, my lord.
This is at the time of countersigning. Grant has already been done by the Birbhum authority.
Yes.
Now Purva Bardhaman is dealing with this, isn't it? So he has the authority to vary or change, vary the conditions of permit.
He
At the
has
time of
no
grant,
authority, my lord. He cannot change.
88(3). He can impose or vary any condition as if he has granted the permit. So it's a concurrent jurisdiction.
As your lordship.
88(3) says so. It's very clear. কি বললাম একটু বলুন। A timetable attached to the permit. Within 2 weeks from the date of communication of, within 2 weeks from the date of receipt thereof. Comma in accordance with law. The petitioner needs to be heard.
yes,
Yes, my lord.
There within 2 weeks thereof, upon affording reasonable opportunity of hearing to all the stakeholders, including the petitioner, comma in accordance with law. Paragraph, the decision taken by the authority shall be communicated to the petitioner within a week thereof. Disposed of for Jatland, affidavit of service.
And lordship, the kindly direct the secretary to supply the objection raised by the other operators regarding the timetable, my lord. Otherwise, I don't have any opportunity to say anything against that dispute, my lord. They are not giving anything.
The
They ought to have give the advance copy of the said
Secretary
objection.
Regional Transport Office, Purva Bardhaman, is also directed to make over a copy of the objection, a copy of the complaint referred to in the notice issued by him on 21st February 2023 to the petitioner in the meantime.
Yes.
Mine.
Deep.
On 26, my lord, I beg to appear for the petition, my lord. So in this matter, I have filed an application for addition of party. That can number also, my lord, is appearing in the list.
I have also filed an application additional party.
Where is the application for addition of parties? Have you served?
Can one is my
Addition
application?
of parties. Can one or two?
I can too. I apply, my application can too.
One or two will do also.
My lord, I have served the copy of the state respondents.
My lord, can do, no copy has been served upon me.
I requested my landlord to accept, follow in terms of the court's order, then I can accept. But state council will accept it.
You are for the petitioner.
My lord, at different times, different people are coming objecting to my permit, my timetable, I do not know how long.
Of our objection.
Let them produce the copy of the objection, my lord.
Stand right way.
My lord, let the RTO produce the copy of the objections, my lord. All of a sudden, my lord, they are creating things, my lord.
Can one additional party?
Oh, both of you are additional.
Yes, sir. Both applications.
In all my matters, they are coming up, my lord. All of a sudden, they are coming up, my lord.
Serve the petitioner with a
Well, I have
copy.
served, madam, I have served.
Well, I requested to accept, but he has not accepted.
The applications are not in the file. I'll let the applications be put up in the file.
Can one da? দিয়ে দিচ্ছি এখন দিয়ে দিচ্ছি এখন।
আচ্ছা ওয়ানটা নেই আগে আমি দুটোই নট ইন দ্য ফাইল করে দিচ্ছি নট ইন দ্য ফাইল করে দিচ্ছি আমি দুটো
Can one
Sir,
copy
it's-
also?
আনিয়ে নিন আপনি দিদি আনিয়ে নিন কারণ আজকে কপি সার্ভিস হয়েছে আনিয়ে নিন আপনি ডিপার্টমেন্ট Can one is not in the file. One is your application.
I do.
One is
one. One is not served. Okay, served.
আমি দিয়ে দিই তো দিচ্ছি।
served.
No, one is not served.
Two এসছে
But I have served my lord, yes. Can
Can
two,
two I see? Can one?
My lord, the only difficulty is, my lord, the permit has been renewed, my lord. Pursuant to your lordship's order, my lord. My lord, now the vehicle is standing idle, my lord, and the secretary in the meantime, he has issued me a fresh timetable signed by him, my lord. So, my lord, that may be kindly recorded so that I can ply the vehicle.
Vehicle still standing idle.
but the suppress.
Because, my lord, the permit was not renewed, my lord. Permit expired on the 23rd of January 2023, my lord.
Permit was renewed subsequently.
Subsequently, after your lordship's order, my lord.
Permit has been renewed. You have
Yes.
given a timetable.
Yes, my lord.
Idle.
My lord, there is no objection regarding timetable. Let them produce one sheet of paper, my lord. And my lord, the secretary has given me a timetable now.
Allow these two applications.
Yes.
Do you have any objection?
My lord, as far as can one is, my lord, concerned, he is not an operator on my route, my lord. He is operating on a different route, my lord. I am operating from Bardwan to Moichondi via to Indus, Bakura, part of Bakura. He is operating from Bardwan to Joyram Bhatti in Hooghly, my lord. I don't know what is his locus, my lord.
Major portion,
Mara kindly see the cost item. Mara kindly see the cost
Come
item.
back some other day because
Only one.
hearing better.
hearing time.
My lord, only allow me to ply the vehicle, my lord, on the basis of the timetable issued by the respondent number 3.
Petition has been filed by changing the cost item.
Fix the matter another.
Not today.
My-
Come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow, my lord.
Because since his vehicle is standing idle.
Can you allow the application for additional party?
কালকে হবে।
He has objection to your application, sir. So let him make his submission.
Okay.
Then it
I have not
continues
gone
on.
through it, my lord. Today it has been served in court, my lord. Let me go through it.
So you need a longer date?
No, tomorrow is okay, my lord.
তোমার তো অরিজিনাল সেট দেখো তো শুক্রবার দেখো।
এবার কল করুন।
Friday, Friday.
Mrs. Dash তো দেখছি।
Copy দিও, দিলীপদা।
কতবার বলবো?
28,
না, একটু copy দিও।
দিচ্ছি তো।
330 matters, item 28.
28.
This matter is wrongly appearing at
Wrongly
3:30.
appeared. my lord, that's
So
it.
let there be a date.
That's
It's a motion, at the motion stage, I know I have,
No, I never asked for the same also. Wrongly এসছে, এটা আজকে আসার কথা ছিল কিন্তু এটা তো চলবে তো।
আমাদের না,
I'll only make it not to.
আমাদের না।
এখন নিচ্ছে না মোশনে থাকবে।
মোশনে থাকবে এটা।
Not,
ওটা ভুল করে 3:30
not today করুন, যেরম আছে সেরম আসবে।
Not today.
Item
Shall we switch on
160,
to hearing matters?
item 160,
168, my lord, in this matter, my lord, I am happy with the last. Yes, my lord, can you consider the last order passed by your lordship?
Before my learned friends start hearing is commenced in this matter, but I intend to intervene on behalf of Baripur municipality. But I believe this writ petition, in this writ petition, Baripur municipality was not made a party or is not made a party. But I find that I have been informed by the land acquisition officer of the concerned district that my opinion has been sought for. I mean, Baripur municipality's opinion has been sought for regarding what kind of settlement or what can be done with this land. When according to the state, I think that is the order, your lordship has been pleased to record in the order, the acquisition proceedings had lapsed, subject to correction by my learned friends. And so, my lord, what I want to submit to your lordship, my lord, firstly, my lord, your lordship will find from one paragraph in the writ petition. Kindly take one paragraph from the writ petition. My lord, the petitioner ought to have impleaded me as a party, the Baripur municipality. Kindly,
Filed an application.
my lord, I have to, my lord. Now there is no way out.
And one thing, my lord, may I submit before your lordship?
State had submitted that Baripur municipality is the requiring body.
requiring body, my lord, the state issues the notice. It is a primary duty of the state. It is not a at the instance of the municipality. It is notice issued under section 3, subsection 1 of the Act 2.
My lord, may I
It
just-
is for the state to decide to whom, at whose instance they have issued the notice. As on this day, the proceedings lapsed. Whether it is not a compensation, the proceedings has been initiated, the person interested. In the statute, my lord, will find the person interested. At that point of time, this requiring body will come into play. If there is any question regarding the compensation, my lord, so for the acquisition proceedings, the requiring body has no authority to say anything. It is the state who will submit with your lordship whether as on this day, this acquisition is still valid or not. If it is lapsed on the basis of the
land has been utilized.
to some extent, there's some portion is
By
with
the
it.
Badipur
But
municipality.
this is a 1996 matter. Kindly take paragraph 8 of the writ petition. I don't know, my lord, why.
Sir, why don't you come back with your application?
Yes, my lord. My lord, then, my lord, I beseech your lordship, kindly adjourn this matter. Kindly allow me to file an application and.
Well, can you consider one aspect? This matter is going on as on this day, whether my learned senior friend is submitting that the acquisition is still valid or not.
But I have to take instructions. But I have to sit with the land acquisition officer.
No, even if it is not, the Badipur municipality has, according to the state, utilized the land. Some portion at least. See, if that be so, the municipality has to bear the costs for purchase or return, whatever. They will be affected by an order of this court. So they are necessary parties.
Well, yes.
If
Well,
you as a petitioner wish to implead them as a party,
That
you can do that.
That
If
shortens
not,
the
let him
period.
come with an application.
Well, I carry your lordship.
To save time and get into the merits immediately, what we can do is if the petitioner agrees.
In
to-
fact, my lord, in the writ petition which was filed in 1993, as long as back in 1993, Badipur municipality was made a party. That would be apparent upon perusal of paragraph 8 of this writ
Let the
petition.
petitioner take a decision.
Yes, my lord, let them decide. Let them decide. They have waited from 1996 to 2017. After 21 years, this writ petition has been filed. They can wait for another 21 days at least.
Yes, Mr.
Your
Roy,
lordship, at the party.
that will save time.
Then, my lord, allow us to file a short affidavit in the matter.
It's a hearing matter. He has to.
Yes.
97,
Short time, Mr. Murthy.
97, last 30 or 40 years, this 3-1 notice. Lapse process 1997.
When did you file-
Enjoying the property.
When did you file the request?
2017.
17.
97 to 2017, they have waited.
Multiple process, there is a direction of this honorable court.
Well, I will.
This is the direction.
Well, kindly give me 2 weeks time. I will file affidavit in the matter.
87 process initiated. After that, this honorable court directed to conclude the
On
proceedings.
prayer
They
of
did
the-
not.
On prayer of the, that's a wise decision. Let
আমরা
that go
করে
to
দেবো,
merits
আমরা করে
directly.
Only thing, my lord, subject to question, my lord, if the requiring body has some interest about the land in question or utilizing land, let them see what the bona fide by depositing the money.
May I come back with an
Yes. Only affidavit for the purpose of.
No, I don't think so. My lord, once the affidavit is filed,
The other
I-
respondents have been given an
I think
opportunity
Mr. Roy would also again appreciate.
on
that
prayer of
yes,
the petitioners. Liberty is granted to implead the Baruipur municipality as respondent number 7 in the writ petition. Paragraph, the cost title of the writ petition is amended accordingly. Paragraph, the petitioners are directed to serve copy of the writ petition along with annexure. They please serve here in along with annexure.
copy আছে?
there
I have got a copy from.
got a copy.
সার্থক
Upon the added respondent.
সার্থকে
So will you come back with the affidavit of service?
He's all.
Not necessary.
He got the copy marked
It is directed to serve the
ready, otherwise ready.
It is submitted on behalf of, it is submitted on behalf of the Baruipur municipality. That copy of the writ petition along with annexure thereto has been received by the municipality. Paragraph, the 7th respondent seeks to use an affidavit in opposition in this matter. Affidavit in opposition be filed within 2 weeks from date. Stop affidavit in reply, comma, if any, comma, be filed within a week thereafter. Monthly list of August.
My entire exercise for hearing on the matter, you also a date and the time, my lord. I'll come any date. If it is in the month of July, I don't.
My lord, only one of last week of July, I have some personal.
Any time, my lord, any day, I'll.
There is no difference. Mr. Roy knows.
24th onwards. 24th onwards, you are not available.
From 24 July.
Not available.
Not available. 24th I will be available, but not from first week of August, any day, man.
July, July.
2nd August.
2nd August. Good day.
3
Let the
PM.
matter appear under the same heading on 2nd August
3 PM. Only that thing.
2023, marked at 3 PM. This is the difficulty. Several matters are coming at 3 PM, 3:30, marked at 3:30 PM.
3:30.
Marked at 3:30 PM. There at 3:30 PM. Next.
My lord, in that event, my lord, may I see instead of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, my lord, 2nd August, that is. 3 weeks. Kindly.
Affidavit in opposition. Affidavit in opposition to 2 weeks बोला ना? 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
I take your lordship's kind.
161.
For the status. But I suppose, my lord, they have concluded their hearing, my lord, I am supposed.
Mr. Siddiqui, you will take some time. So I'll release the other matters for the day. Other matters released for the day.
Other matter released for the day, Article 161.
Just 2 minutes, yes.
Let them go out.
Yes.
I'll be initially placing reliance upon 3 pleadings. One is the writ petition. The other is the supplementary affidavit on behalf of the petitioner's ballot,
Yes.
which has been affirmed on 25th June 2018. And the third is the affidavit in opposition on behalf of the respondent numbers 1 and 2. That is the state response.
It's raining.
Not yet.
It is going.
I can hear the sound.
তার মানে বুঝতে পারছি
Oh, that's good news.
যত গড় যায় তত বর্ষায় না
But today,
যত গড় যায় তত বর্ষায়
Yes.
first of all, page 45
Of the writ petition?
of the writ petition. Page 45. Your Lordship, may kindly remember, this is a building which is being constructed upon a land which has been given on lease to West Bengal Social Welfare Board, who has entered into a development agreement with the writ petitioners.
Yes.
Writ petitioner company. Now, my lord, the land which was initially allotted
to the West Bengal Social Welfare Board was only for the purpose of constructing a working women's hostel. The West Bengal Social Welfare Board, my lord, has entered into an agreement with the petitioner company in a PPP model, public-private model. So certain floors will be given for hostel and the other 2 floors will be some shops and markets and all these things. So being apprised of such fact, but being apprised of such fact, I appear for all. I appear for all, and my submissions is recorded in this
In an earlier order.
earlier order that West Bengal Social Welfare Board is the alter ego of the state. Now, my lord, the question which arises for consideration before your lordship is that when the West Bengal Social Welfare Board had entered into an agreement with the private entity with regard to construction of hostel, with regard to construction of a building in a PPP model, and when the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, my lord, when the building has already been started being construction, then the state intervenes, asks the West Bengal Social Welfare Board that you kindly stop the construction, and then the state tries to stop the construction. At that juncture, they came up before this honorable court, interim order was passed, and we had tried to put up a board also that this is the land belonging to the Urban Development Municipal Affairs. So we were directed to remove the board. At that juncture, they had come before this honorable court, and step was taken to cancel the lease which was given by the state to the West Bengal Social Welfare Board. Now, my lord, if your lordship kindly turns to, this was the crux of the matter. So the entire, what I would say, fulcrum of the argument of my learned senior friend is that you are stopped from doing so because you know very well, because at the one hand, West Bengal Social Welfare Board is an alter ego of the state. You cannot shrug off the responsibility saying that whatever wrong has been done by West Bengal Social Welfare Board, you are not party to it. Because West Bengal Social Welfare Board had entered into an agreement. I cannot be faulted for that. They have floated an advertisement. That was the crux of the argument, subject to correction by my learned senior friend. I have entered into an agreement. I have invested money into it. I have started constructing building. At that point of time, you come and say, no, you cannot construct the building because it goes against the spirit by on the virtue by basis of which the lease deed was executed, because the lease deed was exclusively for the purpose of constructing a working women's hostel. Now, lordship, I'll take your lordships to the relevant pages. Page 45 of the writ petition.
Yes.
This is the letter communicating to the West Bengal Social Welfare. At that point of time, it was West Bengal Social Welfare Advisory Board. Subsequently, it was renamed as West Bengal Social Welfare Board. My lord, the subject of this letter is allotment of land in Salt Lake for construction of hostel buildings for working women. Your lordship may kindly mark that. By the West Bengal Social Welfare Advisory Board. Sir, I am directed to say that this department reallocated on lease for a period of 990 years the plot of land bearing number so and so in block number so in sector 2 of Bidhannagar, Salt Lake City, measuring so and so katas, to the West Bengal Social Welfare Board in place of 16 katas of land in block G and so of the Public Works Department for the above mentioned purpose. The purpose is already mentioned in the subject. At a revised salami of rupees 8,000 per kata. This was issued by the Deputy Secretary to the Government of West Bengal Urban Development Department. As a sequel to such letter, the lease deed was executed, which is not annexed to the writ petition. I'll beseech your lordship to kindly take up the supplementary affidavit of the petitioner, which was affirmed on 25th of June 2018.
Yes.
2013, I stand corrected, my lord. Has the lordship got that?
This is 3rd July 2018.
There are two supplementary affidavits by the petitioners. One is of না ওখানে তো তোর লিস্ট ডিটটা লাগানো নেই 25th June 2018 it was served upon me 25th June 2018 because that the lease deed has been executed annexed to that supplementary affidavit my lord আরেকটা ছিল দাদা এটা পেজ নাম্বার এখানে আছে এই তো আমাকে সানি এটা পুরো কম্পাইলেশন করে দিল এই তো
20th July 2018
না না এখানে ডেটটা দেবেন
আছে তো এখানেই আছে তো
এই তো এটা 25 জুন লেখা আছে এখানে
This is one is 31st July, the other is 20th.
He is relying on the lease deed that my lord will get at 3rd July. Supplementary affidavit, page 16.
One supplementary affidavit is 20th July, one is 31st
I have placed
July.
that. My lord, I looked into 3rd July.
because these are the copies which was served upon me and the date has been written by them only
3rd July বার করে দে
3rd
3rd
July
July supplementary affidavit.
আরে তুই লাগিয়েছিস তো 25 জুন 2000 তুই তো স্পাইরাল করলি
করে দিচ্ছি
3rd July. Supplementary affidavit.
সাপ্লিমেন্টারি এফিডেভিট এটা দেখো 3rd July আছে না না মাই লর্ড মার্ক দ্যাট আই প্লেস করেছি in that my lord kindly turn page 16.
Oh, this is 3rd July, yes.
Well, possibly the pagination will not tally my lord because the affidavit was given to 25th June 2018 but your lordship may kindly turns to the
It's in P10.
P10 my lord আমার আমার কাছে বোধহয় আছে ওই স্পাইরাল কোড but your lordship may kindly see the next page দলিলে কোনো ইন্টারনাল পেজ থাকে না The first page is the indenture, my lord, made on 20th August 2013. Your lordship has seen that? বলে দিচ্ছি between the governor of West Bengal, the governor of the state of, has your lordship got that, my lord?
Yes, yes.
And thereafter, my lord, the next page, a page thereafter,
Yes,
the deed of conveyance, it is internal page number 2.
yes.
Internal page number 2. West Bengal Social Welfare Board Society having its office at so and so. Now, my lord, the first clause, the what we call the habendum in the lease deed, the very first habendum. Whereas the lessee has applied to the government of West Bengal, hereinafter referred to as the government, for a lease of the land mentioned and described in the schedule hereunder, written to enable the lessee to erect a house and building thereon for use for construction of hostel buildings for working women, and the governor has agreed to grant a lease in favor of the lessee for the period and on the terms and conditions hereinafter appearing. Lordship may kindly mark that for construction of hostel buildings for working women. Thereafter witnesseth as follows, clause 1, in consideration of the purposes for which the land hereinafter referred to and mentioned in the schedule as hereunder written is required by the lessee, and in consideration of the premium of salami of so and so only and of the annual rent and the lessee's covenant hereinafter reserved, the lessor doth hereby grant and demise unto the lessee all that land hereinafter more particularly mentioned and described in the schedule hereunder written to hold and the same for period of 99 years, yielding and paying thereon. Thereafter, the second clause, the lessee to the intent that the obligations and covenants shall continue throughout the period of demise agrees and covenants with the lessor as follows. Now, my your lordship, kindly sees the next page also. I'll take your lordship directly to clause 9 at internal page 4 of the deed of conveyance. Clause 9.
Yes.
Not to use or allowed to be used the land and or the structure thereon or any part thereof for any purpose other than for construction of hostel buildings for working women without the prior permission in writing of the government
or other authority prescribed in that behalf. Now, my lord, that prior permission nowhere, my lord, till date has come. Now, if your lordship kindly sees, thereafter, my lord, I'm jumping from this pleading to that pleading. The deviation starts by the West Bengal Social Welfare. Admittedly, the deviation starts after the lease deed and everything in the year 2013. My lord, the West Bengal Social Welfare Board initially publishes an advertisement which is annexed at page 40 of the writ petition.
Yes.
My lord, this has after the allotment letter was issued, the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, my lord, has come into this. My lord, this is marked. Has your lordship got that notification? The West Bengal Social Welfare Board is willing to construct multi-storied building in the land at Bidhannagar under PPP model. It should be model, subject to the approval of West Bengal government. Lordship may kindly mark that. Well, the deviation is that they are now ready to construct a building in a PPP model, that is public-private partnership model, subject to the approval of West Bengal government. Thereafter, expression of interest is hereby invited. Time and again, I am being prompted that this deviation is the state's deviation, because the state has taken a stand that it is not segregating.
Your deviation, you are board also.
Because the state has taken a stand that the state is not segregating itself from the West Bengal Social Welfare Board. Right. Now, my lord, I will take your lordship directly to my affidavit in opposition, the stand taken by the state. Because I will not disturb your lordship with the same papers which has been relied upon time and again, my learned senior friend, as well as Mr. Chakraborty. Affidavit in opposition on behalf of the respondent numbers 1 and 2.
Yes.
Has your lordship got that? I'll take your lordships to the list of dates, because the affidavit has been drafted in such a fashion when the list of dates is there. Well, this is the crux of my entire argument. That is why, my lord, instead of repeating and reiterating everything, my lord, I am just reading the relevant paragraphs of the affidavit in opposition. At page 3 of the affidavit in opposition, paragraph 5, my lord. Initially, my lord, there are initial paragraphs we have said that there are suppression of material facts. The writ petition is not maintainable. So it may be argued that these are all sacrostal in all affidavits in opposition. The same language is being used. Thereafter, at paragraph 5, my lord, we have stated that the writ petition, paragraph 5A, that the writ petition is not at all maintainable as the writ petitioner approached this court, my lord. The writ petitioners being acquainted with the condition of the lease deed dated 20th August 2013, executed by and between the state of West Bengal and the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, intentionally chose to enter into the development agreement with the lessee, the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, in contravention of the terms and conditions of the parent lease deed. In fact, the lessee, being the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, was not entitled to enter into any public-private partnership model with the petitioner number 1, and therefore the development agreement and all steps taken in furtherance of such development agreement is liable to be set aside and or cancelled. But I say, well, our family is affirming an affidavit before your lordship. The respondent numbers 1 and 2 have affirmed an affidavit, as well as the West Bengal Social Welfare Board has also affirmed an affidavit. I say that my alter ego was not, I'm sorry, my lord, was not competent or was not entitled to enter into such agreement. I have reasons to say so. And there are laws with regard to that. Law means the laws laid down by the Honorable Supreme Court, my lord, with regard to that. The development agreement was made without the knowledge of the department, without the knowledge of the urban development department, my lord, with the private agency, that is the late petitioner company, to make residential commercial complex in a non-residential commercial plot of land with liberty to further give to the developer to deal with or sell, transfer, mortgage its allocation. Lordship may kindly marks that. My lord, I have given a lease and the Social Welfare Board has gone ahead, entered into a development agreement and gave them power to sell also, to transfer also, to mortgage also. In terms of clauses 27, 28 and 29 of the said lease deed dated 20th August 2013, West Bengal Social Welfare Board was required to construct building as per the building rules, and the lessee was under an obligation not to subdivide or sublet or assign or transfer the demised land without prior permission of the government. In terms of clause 4 of the lease deed, in the event of breach of any of the terms and conditions of the lease deed, the lessor have the right to re-enter into possession of the demised land, and thereupon the demised land shall forthwith stand determined. It is already there, my lord. My lord, I should have shown it to your lordship. The lease deed which was there in the supplementary affidavit. As you got lordship, again, my lord, I am troubling your lordship. Internal page 6 of that lease deed, my lord. Internal page 6.
Yes.
Provided always that if there be any breach of any of the terms and conditions and covenants herein on the part of the lessee contained, the lessor shall have the right to re-enter into possession of the demised land or any part thereof in the name of the whole, and thereupon this demise shall forthwith stand determined. I'll take your lordship back to my affidavit in opposition, my lord.
Yes.
I am reiterating, my lord, clause D at page 4. In terms of clause 4 of the lease deed, in the event of breach of any of the terms of conditions of the lease deed, the lessor have the right to re-enter into possession of the demised land, and thereupon the demised land shall forthwith stand determined. Thus, the development agreement by the lessee, being the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, and the developer, being the petitioners herein, being not only in contravention of the lease deed, but also opposed to public policy. My case rests upon not only that there has been violation of the lease deed, but it is opposed to public policy. Because time and again, your lordship has laid down the law that the state, my lord, cannot part away with its largesse in an unfair manner. And the developer, being the petitioners herein, being not only in contravention of lease deed, but also opposed to public policy, the said development agreement is liable to be set at naught, and the developer, being the petitioners herein, have no right whatsoever to either continue with the development in the plot of land or to take possession thereof. But the chronology of events has been given. I will not trouble your lordship much, but only the chronology of events, my lord. These are very important. 9th of June 2020, the Urban Development Department, the letter which I have shown to your lordship, Government of West Bengal issued allotment letter for plot number so and so for construction of hostel building for the working women by the West Bengal Social Welfare Advisory Board in Salt Lake. Then, my lord, comes 2nd of August 2013. The chairperson of the West Bengal Social Welfare Board issued a letter to the Joint Secretary Government of West Bengal Urban Development Department regarding the resolution of the first board meeting. Lord, this is their resolution of the first board meeting, 2nd August 2013. It is at But I'll just read the chronology, my lord. Thereafter, I will just place reliance upon all the documents. Then 20th August 2013, lease deed executed by and between the state of West Bengal and the West Bengal Social Welfare Board. 9th September 2013, development agreement executed by and between the West Bengal Social Welfare Board and the petitioner number 1. 19th September 2013, memorandum issued by the Joint Secretary Urban Development addressed to the Executive Engineer Design, Salt Lake Reclamation and Development Circle, asking him to send intimation to the West Bengal Social Welfare Board for taking delivery of possession of the plot subject to certain conditions. This is also vital. 10th of October 2013, the Executive Engineer Salt Lake issued a letter to the chairperson, West Bengal Social Welfare Board, for taking delivery of possession. 30th of October is the date when possession certificate was issued in favor of the chairperson of the board by the Executive Engineer Salt Lake. This is the date, 30th October. On the same date, 30th October, the chairperson forwarded the Xerox copy of the possession certificate to the petitioner number 1 for utilizing the land according to the development agreement. 31st October, the subdivisional officer Salt Lake SUVRA subdivision informed regarding the delivery of possession of plot to the West Bengal Social Welfare Board. Then on 5th October 2015, Joint Secretary Department of Women and Child Development and Social Welfare Government of West Bengal issued a letter to the Commissioner of Police, Budhannagar Police Commissionerate, regarding illegal construction of the concerned plot. From here it starts. 20th January 2016, the Joint Secretary Department of Women and Child and Social Welfare Government of West Bengal sent a note sheet containing the opinion of the learned legal remembrancer regarding the agreement between the Social Welfare Board and the petitioner number 1 to the chairperson, West Bengal Social Welfare Board. The note sheet stipulated inter alia that there was a violation of the condition of the lease deed by the West Bengal Social Welfare Board in entering into agreement for lease with the private limited company in PPP model without the consent of the lessor for construction and development of a multi-storied building to be known as Bongo Hut. So the learned legal remembrancer opined that there was a clear violation of the condition of the lease and therefore the lessor had the right to cancel the lease deed. 29th April 2016, the chairperson of the board requested the officer in charge, Budhannagar Police Station, to take necessary steps to suspend the illegal construction being carried out by the petitioner number 1 as the issue pertaining to subject land is sub judice. 4th of July 2016, the Special Secretary of the Urban Development Department issued a letter to the Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development and Social Welfare, requesting him to report on the ongoing unauthorized housing project undertaken by the West Bengal Social Welfare Board. 15 July, the Secretary of Women and Child Development issued a letter to the Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development Department, reporting him regarding the affairs of the housing project under PPP model in the plot in question. 20th June, the Executive Engineer of the Salt Lake Reclamation Development Circle issued a memo addressed to the Executive Engineer, Salt Lake Construction Division, requesting him to display a notice board for re-entering into the plot, into possession on the plot in question. 30th January 2017, the chairperson, West Bengal Social Welfare Board, issued a letter to the Special Secretary, Department of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, stating therein that the board is taking best effort to curb the illegality caused and has initiated appropriate legal action in protecting the interests of the board and the government in the light of the indenture of lease, and therefore the board requested that no further coercive step be effected in connection with the issuance of notice dated 4th January 2017. But thereafter, 30th January 2017, the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, by a communication addressed to the Special Secretary, Department of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, informed that the incumbent chairperson sought for reply from the erstwhile chairperson. Then 20th April 2017, the Joint Secretary Department of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs intimated the Joint Secretary Department of Child Development regarding the determination of the lease. 20th April is the date, my lord, regarding the determination of the lease. And the order issued to re-enter possession of the demised land, and therefore the Department of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs cannot consider the request of the chairperson of the Social Welfare Board at such belated stage. The lease was determined, my lord, on 20th April 2017. 29th May 2017, the executive engineer informed the special secretary of the Urban Development Department regarding obstruction being caused at the time of displaying the notice board for re-entering into possession, as construction was going on over the plot in full swing. 28 June 2017, the Joint Secretary of the Municipal Affairs Department requested the executive engineer of Salt Lake Reclamation Development Circle to take necessary steps to stop illegal construction work and to put up a notice board ensuring re-entering into possession in the plot concerned. 14 July, the executive engineer informed the Joint Secretary, Urban Development Municipal Affairs regarding re-entering into possession in the plot concerned and fixing up of a notice board therein. The petitioner issued a letter to the Joint Secretary asking him to remove the board from the plot of land and also refraining from contending that the department is in possession of the plot of land. And thereafter, my lord, this writ petition was preferred. This was the 3rd of August 2017. Thereafter, writ petition was preferred sometimes in the month of January of 2018. Now, my lord, the vital dates and the vital communications in this regard is (20th April 2017). Your Lordship has already the copy of the supplementary affidavit of the writ petitioner of 20th July 2018. That is there. 20th July 2018.
Yes.
Well, this was addressed to the Joint Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development and Social Welfare by the Joint Secretary to the Department of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs. Well, because this, my lord, Social Welfare Board comes, my lord, under this Department of Women and Child Development and Social Welfare. Subject is land leased out to West Bengal Social Welfare Board at Salt Lake. Determination of the lease for the plot number so and so.
You're at page 22? Page 22?
22, my lord. That is 20th April 2017.
31.
না না ওখানে আছে 20 জুলাই যেটা সাপ্লিমেন্টারি অ্যাফিডেভিট আছে একই জায়গায় বারবার রিপিট হয়েছে অনেকগুলো সাপ্লিমেন্টারি অ্যাফিডেভিট দিয়েছে ওরা তিনখানা আছে I am direct
18 মানে page 31.
Same thing, it is 22. It page 22. Malad, they have been time and again. Malad, they have used so many supplementary affidavits. So, I am directed to Malad, land leased out to West Bengal Social Welfare Board as Salt Lake determination of the lease for the plot number so and so. Sir, I am directed to invite your attention to the above noted subject and to say that the West Bengal Social Welfare Board have entered into a development agreement with Mrs. Star Abashon without obtaining prior consent of this department for a housing project under PPP model in violation of the provisions laid down in so and so of the lease deed. The development agreement was made predominantly for construction of a residential complex or non-residential plots of land with liberty to the private agency to sell, transfer, mortgage the said accommodations and utilize them for any purpose other than the original purpose it was leased out. In view of the gross violation of the relevant clauses of the lease deed, West Bengal Social Welfare Board was served with a notice vide this department memo number so and so, directing them to explain within 7 days why the land leased out would not be resumed for violation of the clauses of the lease deed, but the lessee failed to furnish the explanation within the stipulated time. Consequently, this department has issued an order for determination of the lease of the demised land with a memo dated 16 January 2017. The chairperson, West Bengal Social Welfare Board, in a letter dated 30th January 2017, has pleaded to abstain from taking any coercive steps in this connection. But this department has already determined the lease and issued order to re-enter possession of the demised land accordingly. As such, the request of the chairperson of the board cannot be considered at this belated stage. The lease has been determined long back on 16th of January 2017. That determination, my lord, I should have placed it first at page 24 of the supplementary affidavit.
Yes.
But I'm not going to trouble your lordship because the same thing has been repeated at page 24, that there has been violation of the clauses of the lease deed. Lordship got it, my lord, page 24. The penultimate paragraph, my lord, I will only place, and whereas the delivery of possession of the aforesaid land was taken over by the said West Bengal Social Welfare Board on 30th October 2013, with a possession certificate dated number 644 dated 30th October 2013 for the purpose of construction of hostel buildings for working women. Whereas it transpires dated so and so had entered into a development agreement dated 9th September 2013. Lord, this is very vital. Lordship kindly marks the date. Lord, the state, gives possession to the West Bengal Social Welfare Board on 30th October 2013. And prior to that, the West Bengal Social Welfare Board, I say, has committed a great illegality in entering into a development agreement on 9th of September 2013. In fact, even the advertisement was used prior to taking possession of the land, was issued. And whereas the agreement was made without following the established procedure of law, and the private agency was allowed to make family residential accommodation in a non-residential plot. And my lord, the next clause is paragraph is with regard to violation of clauses 27, 28, 29. And whereas in terms of clause 4, I bid the third paragraph, my lord, the lease was the lessee was asked to furnish an explanation as to why the aforesaid plot shall not be resumed by the government for violation, whereas the department did not get any clarification from the said lessee. Nor therefore, after careful consideration of this matter, the Governor of the state of West Bengal is pleased to determine the lease of plot number so and so under clause 4 of the indenture for violation of clauses C, this of the lease deed, and re-enter into possession of the demised land. So, my lord, on and from 16th of January 2017, there exists no lease between the West Bengal Social Welfare Board and the state. No, my lord. My lord. No, my lord, on the next occasion, my lord, lordship kindly, because only 10 minutes left, my lord, I have to just, my lord, deal with few points. One is with regard to after the termination of the lease deed, what is the right of the petitioners vis-a-vis the development agreement entered into by the petitioner and the West Bengal Social Welfare Board? Because the lease deed may have been terminated from at the end of that was what was being argued, that the lease deed may have been terminated between the state and the Social Welfare Board. But I, being a bona fide executant to a development agreement, can I be faulted for that? Their contention that you have floated an advertisement, I entered into an agreement. So can I be faulted for that? So you are being stopped from making such argument or from taking such a stand that the lease deed goes, so entire thing goes. That will be my submission, least it goes, entire thing goes, and it is opposed to public policy. This is one phase of argument. The other is with regard to the West Bengal the petitioner. The other is, my lord, hold for it. তুই চুপ করে বস, এত কম্পাইলেশন করে তো কি করছিস?
Mr. Basu is no more in a mood.
No one is in the, well, no one is in the. Well, my lord, at the outset, my lord, before opening my submission, I should have tendered my apology to your lordship. On numerous occasions, my lord, I am not available because, my lord, we are in a great suit. This entire state panel, we are in a great suit, my lord. Around 200 to 300 advocates, my lord, they have been removed from the panel. So I am, my lord, doing matters for the last 50.
Fresh panel has not been.
Fresh matters are being there, but we are without any juniors, my lord, and some very competent.
But fresh panel has not been made.
No, my lord, it was supposed to
come out. That's why it appears that somebody is not there in the panel.
It was supposed to come out.
New panel come.
Several matters I am facing this difficult.
My lord,
junior niye ne.
But in fact, in this matter, Mr. Chatterjee was assisting, Nirpal Chatterjee. He is no more there in the panel.
He is also known.
He's the junior government advocate. Mr. Debashish Ghosh in most of the land matters and revenue matters.
I am sad.
He is not there.
Sengupta is not there.
Mr. Raja Saha is not there. Mr. Sengupta is there. Mr. Jawaharlal Dey is not there.
The court is no more lively.
This is a problem. Others, I have no problem. Only Mr. Sengupta is not there.
My lord, the second limb of my argument is with regard to that arbitration, the order passed in the arbitration proceeding. I'll come.
But all astonishing thing, I have not come across such a matter for the first time in my life. The respondent is saying that they are at fault.
Yes.
He is appearing for both. That's the astonishing thing.
No, that astonishing thing has happened. My lord, in HIDCO matter, when the lands were allotted by HIDCO under Chief Minister's quota, my lord, then this thing has happened. The state said that HIDCO committed fault.
That is political.
That may be political. And that particular, my lord, because I'll be relying upon that judgment also.
So it is bad. When we are doing it is good.
Because
so that
it was in the discretionary quota and the state says that I have committed a fault.
The present state, not the earlier state.
Yes, there has been a change.
That is possible. That I have faced.
But
here,
circumstance, but you still say that you are at fault.
Him. He is saying I have committed a breach.
My alter ego has committed the
This is a very interesting point.
Yes, yes. Point is very simple.
My alter ego has committed a breach.
Heard learned counsel for the respondents. Paragraph, let the matter appear under the same heading for further consideration on. When will you come back?
Except 29th and 30th. 29th will be holiday.
Yes, 29th is Eid.
Eid. So 30th I will.
দুদিন হয় না?
না 10 দিন আগে ডেট হয়ে যায় এটা।
This Eid dates, there is nothing to do with.
Why not? There is no link with the moon.
No change, no.
Moon এর সঙ্গে আছে কিন্তু 10 দিন আগে চারটা বেরিয়ে যায়।
No, but it doesn't change.
No, my lord.
The other Eid changes.
No, it always change. I'll tell you, lordship, what has happened. If your lordship has time, my lord.
Yes, yes.
My lord, the Islamic calendar is based upon lunar calendar.
Yes, I know.
So when a moon is sighted, new moon is sighted, it is the first day of the month. So the Eid ul-Fitr, the Eid after the Ramzan, it is on the first day of the month. So that is why we always wait for the moon and we always say when is the Eid, either today or tomorrow. But this Eid ul-Zuha, this is always celebrated on the 10th day of the month.
So there is no today, tomorrow.
So 10th day, the moon has already been sighted day before yesterday.
Very bad.
So it is already fixed on 29. So this Eid and Muharram, these are celebrated on the 10th day of the month.
Muharram is also on a Saturday.
It's on the 10th.
Muharram is fixed.
Saturday.
It's also not fixed.
This is, my lord, just I should say, my lord, Justice Dipankar Datta has created this. I have scolded him in outside court many times. Why you have done this?
Like any days, your lordship. অনেক দূর যখন বলবি তুই বল তুই না থাকলে কি হলো সজীব চলে আসবে আমি তো
12th is inconvenient to my lord.
12 July at my lord at 3:30. I'll conclude the agreement at 12. If there is no 3:30.
What is the date? Date? What is it?
Well, if there is no 330 upon.
আছে অন্য মামলা এই রে
I need it.
keep it 10. I don't want to
No, my lord, your lordship, because this matter is being dragged for so many years, 2018, I also want this 10th of July will come.
No, he may not be here. That's why somebody else will be here.
10th of July.
10th আছে শিখা কিছু দেখ
3:30 ফার্স্ট আইটেম বলে দিন না
I'm